Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, July the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Looking for something. Yeah, thank you, Torty. Just like clockwork, Torty in our YouTube room. And who's answering me in our main room? Thank you, Nick, etc. and Green Trades. I think William is out for the day now, guys. Okay, I think William had to take off. I'm glad. Thank you. Well, he can't hear me, but he opened the room this morning. Anyway, it's funny when I first got up and I saw these. The ones that are up the most most of them were under $1, and I think even Draw said the same thing. A lot of little penny poppers, nothing. But look at this AZTR. My goodness, AZTR. And why is it up 224%? Forget about the news. It's all about the float. Now, I haven't checked the other website, Draw or Casa, but we've got 696,000 here. Whatever it is, it's going to be very, very low. And that's the AZTR. I mean, their news, okay, newly granted and allowed patents. But it's all about the float, all about the float. And unfortunately, I did not get that one, but I did get, and if you guys have been in the room for many years, you know I have a disdain for this JAGX, JAGX. And so I didn't see this move. I wasn't up in time to see this move. They released some news. The initial reaction was positive. And then I started seeing this, and I actually couldn't believe it that Interactive Brokers had some shares to short. Not many. There are none now, but I think there are about, 15,000, 12,000. I wish I'd taken them all. Anyway, I got in just underneath 3, and I still have some. Probably going to, I'm waiting to see if it breaks down under 150 again. But that's a JAGX for me on the short. I just didn't have that many or as many as I wanted. Well, I could have had more. I just didn't do it. So that's a JAGX for me. And let's take a look at a few earnings plays. UPS could be interesting, guys. UPS earnings play. Look at this gap down for UPS. I mean, that's a big float, 729 million to be down 10%. This is an earnings play. You can see that, it was just slightly underneath the 200-day moving average. They released earnings this morning. Was it this morning? Yeah, pre-market. So sympathy play, of course, FedEx. FedEx is moving down also. FDX moving down also. They don't have earnings. Well, they had earnings. I see they had earnings already in about a month ago. But anyway, I'm just trying to find some of the other real cheap ones that have been moving here. Like some of these are just under $1. That's why I'm not really going to talk about them. And MHI, I think Tusk. Now this is an earnings play. It looks interesting to me. I did not take it this morning yet, but it's an earnings play, FEIM, and it looks interesting because of the, there's probably a lot of room for this to keep running if it wants to. Very low float though, 8.4 million in the float, 8.4 million in the float. And where is it in relation to its all-time high? Yeah, it's near its all-time high. I mean, it's in the upper, it's 84%, so it's in the upper end of its all-time high for FEIM. GM is an earnings play. GM is an earnings play. Or is it? Can I find it anywhere? Or maybe it must not be up 5% at least. So GM is an earnings play, though. In fact, it's only up. In fact, starting to give it up. When I first saw it, it was up here. Now it's basically flat, giving it up, guys. Yeah, look at this. So GM is basically giving up all its pre-market gains. Yeah, so GM is giving up most of its gains now. Got up to what, 33? 33, 53, I'm sorry. That's a big That's a pretty big drop, $3 or $4 drop. NXPI, this is a more expensive one. This is also an earnings play, NXPI. And it is down 6%. It is an earnings play. MMYT is another earnings play, Make My Trip. And this is almost an all-time high. Basically, it's an all-time high right now, okay, guys? So MMYT, not very much volume. I mean, there's only 9,000 shares so far, but it is an earnings play. I think they released this morning. BCAB, fast track designation for BCAB. Let's see, is it giving it up? Yeah, it's given up most of its gains, I guess. BCAB got up to $2. Actually, it really hasn't. It really hasn't. Got up to just over $2. It's at $1.88 right now. Granted fast track designation for its drug. But, big but here, guys. I mean, 216, what did it get up to? Yeah, I got up to 208, 209 in the pre-market, and you can see where the 200-day moving average is, right above it. Give me a moment, please. Okay, Hatim, I see your question now regarding Mira. Yeah, so all the news was yesterday. Now, what I would say this is, did you have a stop? You know, where were you going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you? Just looking to see if it even did a financing or something. All right, guys, Adil, ADIL. I think this also has given it up to a 187, right back down to $1.35. So those are big drops. They did have some news. Is this something to do with your in the cohort, second cohort? I don't know what that means. Anyway, they had some news. You wanted to get out of it, hit 320. Well, let's see, what is it at right now? Well, at least you have a stop, okay? Never know. I mean, it's a low float, 10.9 million in the float. It's a pretty big drop, though, obviously, 30% down. I also have, but I think it's dropped off the leaderboard here. MAIA. I don't see it anymore. Yeah, I don't see it anymore. I also don't see the JCSE anymore. Yeah, some of these, they just pop and drop. Well, I should see it. I'm sorry. There it is right there. I'm sorry. It is right there, JCSE. So continuation of their $1 million stock repurchase program. So they announced that almost last September. Trying to pump it a bit, not a bit. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 145, and you can see on the daily chart there's a high right around that area, 150. Another earnings play, guys. Is this up or down? I can't remember. PIII. So this is actually down. But that's what I was watching. Yeah, P triple I Polaris earnings play, but it is having a pretty decent recovery here. It was as low as almost 65, up to 72 now. And that is P triple I. Yeah, Serve is making some moves. I have that on my list also. SCRV. It had a big pullback from the highs yesterday. What a trader yesterday though. If I can find it, there you are. Yeah, so I mean, yesterday it did get up to 1393, closed down here though. That was a big drop. Say, call that 14, call that 8.5 or so. So that was a big drop from the highs, but trying to come back a little bit. And of course, the news for these guys was on Friday, SCRV. That was the Friday news with the fact that NVIDIA bought around 60,000 shares at $4. I think that increased their stake to about 10%. Toro, I saw you in the room this morning. Haven't seen you for a while. El Toro. So a couple of other earnings plays, not a heck of a lot happening. CMC SA, Comcast. So it's been all over the place this morning. They're down to 37, back up to 40. Looking at CrowdStrike. Trying to come back also, guys. I mean, of course, this has been in the news in a hugely negative way, of course. Now I'm hearing Serve, guys. I think Serve is starting to, something. Are they? Yeah, there you go. Well, you know what? At least they did it pre-market. Hopefully nobody is in this, but they just announced a $15 million private placement. So they're raising money at what price? $6 a share. So let's see how close it gets to 6. But at least they did it pre-market. And that's pretty good because, 3 days ago, this was a 240 stock. So to be able to raise the money at 6, pretty good. Now I'm going to get it right. They said buenos dias, not buenas, but buenos dias, Pirata. All right, guys. I am now. What time is it now? 9:13. You got to hurry up. Let's take a look at what's happening. The market is in basically flat here. SPY is basically flat. So let's take a look at. Excuse me. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Give me a moment as I'm going to mute myself just for a bit. All right, guys. Now, before I go, so Keshki, this is my layout. Okay. Now I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Okay. So if you want, you're not going to find. I mean, this is my personal layout. I'm talking to Keshki in our YouTube room. Okay. But I'll just quickly show you my homepage link. And on my homepage link, there's a scan section. My scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? I'll just quickly show you what I'm talking about. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, so my scans, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? You're going to see that when I'm going to get rid of this, I'm going to get the layout that I actually use once the market opens, okay? This is kind of my pre-market stuff, but I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 90% in red. That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are below yesterday's close. So let's see if there's any outlier, any stock. For instance, an outlier, I know I explain this every day, but don't often see them. So 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So if EQT though had been up say 2 or 3%, that would have been an outlier, going completely against what the rest of the sector was doing. But I don't see anything that is really an outlier. SFM, let's take a look at SFM. Now, no volume, no BKE, any volume, no volume. Yeah, so I don't really see any outliers here. 10, and nothing really on the ETF watch. This is the solar ETF, but nothing, not that we're saying gold or silver. Okay, so I'll get rid of this now. Well, first of all, if you're a new trader, okay, if you're a new trader, you probably should take a look. If you go to my homepage, show you. Trade is not easy, okay? And the program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas, but it doesn't mean if you don't know what you're looking at when you click on a symbol and you don't know, how to interpret what the chart is telling you. I really recommend you take a look at this Trading 101. Anybody, okay? Anybody who's a new trader. And this is all free. It's a series of videos. Well, anything is worth buying the pre-market if you get in at the right time. Okay, I know I'm not trying to be flip, but again, I'm talking to Keshki in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Okay. Just not day trading. Okay. Yeah, well, day trading is a different animal for sure. You've got to be very nimble. What we try to do in this room is to find the stocks, and it's not hard because I have my filters, all the scans that I've got. We're looking at stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume. Basically, the volume. A stock that maybe normally trades 1 million shares a day might be trading 10 or 20 million shares a day. Things like that. So you're always that's the goal as an intraday trader, is to always find those stocks that are trading abnormally, because you don't want to get into something that's not moving, obviously. But I personally, now I did take a trade in the pre-market. I did take the JAGX. Don't trade the pre-market that often, not because I don't want to, but because I'm just busy doing a lot of other things. But this got too juicy for me to miss. But I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, though. So the AI channel in Trade Ideas is here. If you click on new, and then I'm talking to Manish in our YouTube room. So if you click on new and then dock channel bar. So we've got two. I don't know why I'm not in complete agreement with this, but anyway, they've got the long version and the short version. So if you only want to go long stocks, but here they are, AI long, AI short. Okay. Now, what I do to follow the AI, Now, hopefully, we're going to get some alerts today. They say they've kind of fixed the problem that prevented the alerts from showing up on Friday and yesterday. But this is all I do. This is all I watch. This screen here. And if you click on new, you'll see there's three that start off with Premium AI. I picked the middle one. Pick the middle one. Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the box you'll see. It's blank until at least 9:40, and that is by design. The other thing I would do is in the filter box, I would make sure it says none. If it doesn't, I would hit that little down arrow and uncheck anything. I would want to see the alerts all day long. Contest starts tomorrow. All right, let's see. Now SOAR I think is under $1. I think it's under $1. Yeah. And now how's that? Is it AZTR doing? What sort of a pullback has it had? Not much. Not much of a pullback, really. I mean, not based on how it trades. I'm going to check another site. I want to see what they have for float for the AZTR. Yeah, about the same. About the same. I mean, they've got 700,000. So we're in the ballpark. One's just zeroing in on long opportunities, and the other one's short. That's all via Parry. There's not. There's no. I don't know why they did that. I mean, personally, I'd rather have them together, but that's all. These will just be the longs. Also, I think the longs down here, because remember, what you're going to be able to do if you're going to be in the contest, is probably you should have this screen up because you're going to be able to trade. You're going to be able to trade the anything in here also, the history, like the previous AI alerts. So this is all they've done. You can see. I mean, these are strategy trades long, and these are the shorts. Okay. Now the thing is with the contest, I mean, just because you might get another, what I would do personally, I would probably have this window. I would want to see them all. Okay, if you're in the contest, as opposed to having to flip back and forth or having two layouts up. I know you can duplicate it in a free floating window and all, but this window will show you all the alerts. Now, hopefully, we're going to get some. My fingers crossed. Oh, maybe I don't see that then. Okay. See, I don't have Holly AI anymore. Maybe this is I don't have Holly AI anymore. I would rather have that than have them separated into long and short. But oh, I see. Show more. Really? It's going to be way down here. Seriously? Oh, way down here. You're right. I don't know why they would put it way down here. To be honest, that's what I would do then. Click on the Holly AI, and you see them all. Yeah, and then you're going to see them all. Okay. You mean what I just showed? They're all from previous days. You mean now that I know it's, well, I don't know why they buried it down here. So these are all previous days, right? The history, and it says history. These are just previous days. And, this is the history running from June 22nd to yesterday. Of course, there were nothing. Um, I don't know. I mean, in theory, I mean, you're going to have a lot of stocks here. So I probably wouldn't overwhelm. I would probably just stick with this. Yeah, you can trade these from history. Yes, Oliver. Yes. I would probably just stick with this, okay? Because I mean, I guess in theory, you can go, click on history. You can, last 60 days. So the default is last 30 days. I mean, I suppose if you want to check last 60 days, go ahead. But you'll get overwhelmed by the number of alerts. So I would probably just stick with the last 30 days. So anything in the AI channel is fair game to trade, not just the ones that hopefully start showing up Wednesday and Thursday and Friday in here. But anything else, all fair game to trade. And you can trade them any way you want, long, short. So let me actually, what time is it right now? Well, first let me get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens, okay? Okay, guys, give me a moment as I do some rearranging on my other monitor. Okay, so now I'm getting set for the open in about 3 minutes from now. You're going to see this momentum scan is very active. The momentum scan, the race is really good to watch all day long. And the gap continuation or reverse, we'll get nothing in here until at least 9:45 by design. All right, the AZTR still hanging in there, guys. AZTR is still hanging in there. Um, on the weekly chart, so this is a big deal, of course. On it, the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 838. Looks like 838. All right. Yeah, so 838. So in theory, it still has room to run if it wants to. And again, with that float, anything is possible. Super extended right now. So if you're a VWAP, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, but it may not pull back. Excuse me, the VWAP is at 445. Green Trades, you're filling in for William today. So William will not be in the room today. Maybe he'll be in later. Okay, guys. So less than a minute till this open. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. This is not settling down at all. Yeah. So that other website had 700,000. We're in exactly the same ballpark. So it's an insanely low float, and that's why stock can be up 267%. All right, guys, we are now open and the racing is starting. Wow, AZTR. I mean, this is the news, okay? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is the news, newly granted and allowed patents. And we have our first halt of the day. So NZTR halted at 7:31. So let me flash this screen. Again, I have to explain this all the time. This screen you see here, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Now you can't see the symbol, but it is AZTR. There's a halt price, 7:31. This column can tell you perhaps where it could open once it resumes, okay? Now, it's not giving a big clue. It's just a 7:31. So now typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:35 plus 24 seconds. Yeah, FEIM highs now, guys. Again, it's too early for me to take it, but now here's the ADIL also. Pre-market high was, well, it's there. It is there. So Adele is another low float, not quite as low as the other one, but still 4 million in the float, very low. All right, let's see where this AZTR could open. Again, let's see if that has changed at all. Whoa, look at CrowdStrike now, guys. CRWD was trying to recover a bit in the pre-market, but look at it now. I got up to what, 269. There a $5 drop. Wow, you know, Serve is really doing a heck of a job shrugging off that $6 financing. I mean, it's still down, 7%, but $115 million private placement at $6. So it's well above the private placement price at $8 right now. All right, guys, another one showing up here now. Yeah, SMFL. Really no action in the pre-market. Market opens though, but to me, it's coming into too much resistance. I'm looking left on this daily chart, not a ton of room. Now, listen, it may just blast right through all this, but for my style of trading, I have to have more room looking left. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:34. So in about a little over a minute, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this one will open. Again, no big clue as to where it's going to open. I doubt if it's going to open at 7:31. So how I could trade this if this happens, if it opens and then maybe it dips down below that 7:31 and then pops through it again, I might take that trade. But obviously, I'm not going to chase it if it just opens at 760 and starts to run. Left click on the chart, Manish, to make sure see, system knows what chart you're in. Control key, press down on your keyboard, and then with your with the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. So, okay, control key, press down on your keyboard, scroll wheel in and out. Okay, I got to wait for this one to see if it opens. So it'll open in 5 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Yeah, so look at that. It opened, exploded. I mean, exploded. Oh man. Every day, guys, there's a crazy one, it seems. And today, AZTR is it. Now, looking left, 838. So that was the high. It did get through that 9. Let me just see where it could keep going. I mean, the next high is 38. Now, my guess is that it never got up to 38. This is reverse split adjusted. I just have to resist the urge to chase it. Well, yeah. Look at UPS. I mean, for boring, I mean, you're not going to get massive percentage moves, but UPS, guys, is just a little lag here. UPS is just absolutely, look at this. I mean, down 13% with that float. That's a big drop. UPS. And this is an earnings play. UPS is an earnings play. Yeah, but I don't think it was I think that's reverse split adjusted. Okay. I don't think it ever got up to $119. I think that is reverse split adjusted. But, you know, when you look left, I mean, there's obviously still room if you look at a weekly chart on it. But I mean, we're in complete shape right now. All right. Well, now SunPower, I mean, SunPower is trying to have yeah, forget it. I mean, they're trying to have a rebound here, guys. But I mean, this company has a very bleak. Look at even Goldman Sachs piling into this with a price target of 50 cents. I mean, why bother? But having a little bounce today, SPWR having a bounce today. Are you talking about this gray area up here, Dak? If you can see my screen, that like the little gray area on the top. The only thing I can think of, I don't know if it gets rid of it, but it's something to do with the minimize. I can't even remember where it is. Properties. All right, guys. So AZTR, finally a bit of a pullback here. Oh, on the chat. I'm sorry. I thought you said on the chart. That I don't know. That I don't know, Dak. I'm sorry. I was reading on the chart. KNSA, guys, I believe is an earnings play. Maybe not. No. Yes, this is an earnings play. KNSA is an earnings play. Did see it in the pre-market, but the volume was so putrid that I just kind of forgot about it. But look at it now, KNSA. Well, there's nobody to email, Jack. This is not a Trade Ideas. It's a third party. Still not sure I know what you mean, but maybe wait for Pepe to get in. He'll probably know. Hey, okay, we have some alerts now from the AI. Okay. Now the GovX to me though is, well, maybe. I mean, I'm looking here, 312. Watch the AI make up for the last 2 days and have about 30 alerts or something. Well, I was completely wrong about the SMFL, right? I thought maybe all this would hold it, but not even close. So now when you look left, the next highs are, I mean, to me, it looks like it could get into some resistance around the 320 mark. I don't even know. I don't see any news on this one. The news. Give me a moment. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, I'm not going to do it, guys. I mean, but look at this now. I mean, you're right. It pulled back down to what, about under 8 or around 8, and just popped up to 10. Now, look at the room. Again, this is all reverse split adjusted. I don't think this stock ever got up to $38, but it doesn't matter. It's what we're seeing now. I'm surprised this did not get halted again on that move. All right, another one halted. WHLR. Let's take a look at that. Wow, WHLR. We've seen this one. This is a REIT and very low float. Another crazy low floater, guys. I mean, I could check another site, but what we've got is about 500,000 in the float. And now that just resumed. It did just resume. And the next high on the weekly chart is 1232. But this is an awful spread. Look at that spread, 930, 999. Terrible spread. Now it's halted on the way up. Well, the rounds are on tank because I know you took this one pre-market. Well, I'm still in my, I mean, I did okay in my JAGX short, but I'm just not quite as well as the other one, but still in it. It's shorted underneath $3. So it's a great percentage move for me. Oh, yeah. Look at the ADIL now. ADIL. Look at the ADIL. Traders probably going into that one. Ones who missed the other one. And if you look left, look at that, $3. I mean, it's got room. It's got room, guys. $3. Listen, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. But when you look left on a weekly chart, it has room. Wow. I bet you those shorts the shorts are all gone in Interactive Brokers now for JAGX, but yeah, no, there was news. There was news on the AZTR. Now, does that warrant it being up, whatever it is? Probably not, but doesn't matter what we think, really, does it? Now, the ADIL, for those who missed out on the AZTR, they could be looking at this one. Another very low float, 4 million in the float, and has room to run. The opening prize that I see for AZTR, it's funny. It is, there we go. Yeah, is this an Amex stock? Yeah, it's Amex. Funny with the Amex stocks, this is what I'm seeing. With the Amex stocks, this is what I'm seeing, okay? They don't seem to give, like with the NASDAQ, they don't seem to have really anything that's showing where it could open. Okay, look, Adil, guys, applaud. Adil, applaud. So really there's no clue. You can when it's an Amex stock that's halted. Now this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. You can see. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. 48. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 20 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt. Come on, Adil. All right, so there it is. It just opened and kersplat. Now kersplat. But you know what? This is super resilient. This got all the way down to 943 and it's popped right back up over 10. And it looks like it could even. Looks like it could even take out that high now. Adil, ADIL. Mattel, remember Mattel yesterday, the news that some fund and maybe Hasbro was going to take a run at them. So there's Mattel. There's that 200-day moving average. So Mattel actually looks like an interesting short. Wow, what a reversal here for Webster Financial, WBS. So this is what you're seeing here, a gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones now that are in the race. I'm going to go over a lot of this stuff in about 20 minutes, guys, okay? The scans I'm sharing, plus the stuff you can find on my homepage. Also, if you want, you can still sign up for the remainder of the test drive. You'll have access to the full premium service until Monday, okay? But also, the contest does start tomorrow. The trading contest does start tomorrow. It'll run Wednesday to Friday. And whoever makes the most money in the contest will win a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. So if you click on the test drive link, everything is there. It costs you $7.70. So you'll get the balance of today, plus the next 3 days, and then Monday. Access to the full program. All right, guys, I'm out of my JAGX now. As I see, it's trying to maybe bounce just a little bit. So it's a good trade for me, but there'll be others, guys. I know it seems like, how could there possibly another one that's going to be a 530%? Yeah, so David, I'm not sure what they were doing. They didn't let any, well, so somebody must have known. I didn't even know this though. So I guess they were trying to notify using this little, there you go. Well, I guess you can trade these. I guess I no, this wasn't. I don't understand. I have to admit, I'm not quite sure I understand. But you can trade this. I know this was an AI alert a couple of days ago. This was a great short last week. So I guess it's a matter of just clicking on the message and also keeping track of the AI channel. These are older ones. I don't think you're going to get the ones today in here. Yeah, so these are the messages. Okay, so what they're trying to do is just alert you to the ones that happened before, not today. Okay. All right, guys. The GovX now still has a little bit of room. This is an AI alert. It has a little bit of room still. The next high looking left is 340. Actually, it's got a lot of room. 350. I mean, if it got right into 340 from 315, that'd be tremendous. All right, guys. Come on, that 50-cent level for the stocks under 5 can be the blocking point. I want to see if this deal can just get through that 50-cent level. All right, GovX, guys. GovX coming into this 340 now. This is from our AI. And we got a couple not bad ones, and I wouldn't be giving up on the SMFL. It may come right back. And we had the alert at 297. It did get up to 310. It's pulled back, takes out that high again. Maybe it gets rolling again. So this is what we're talking about. So finally, we get some AI alerts. There's the GovX up 5%. PNR. I have to take a look at this PNR. I think this might be an earnings play. And the answer is yes, this is an earnings play. PNR is an earnings play. All right, guys, listen, I've taken some off of the ADIL just in case it can't get through that 250. I mean, it's trying again. And I always think that the stocks underneath $5, the 50-cent level can be sometimes a psychological barrier to get through. And not anymore. Okay, well, that's okay. I took some off just underneath 250. Now we're laughing, guys. So again, I think it's a case of, traders who did not get into the AZTR are looking for another one, another low floater in not the same price range anymore as the AZTR, but and it has room. So good one. You know what? I haven't even looked at the economic calendar. I know it posted the some of the stuff in there, but yeah, you're right. So 10 o'clock, we've got existing home sales and also the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. So those are the two at 10 o'clock might affect the market. Look at the market, by the way. Look at the market. So that, whatever those numbers that are going to be released at 10 o'clock could affect the market. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got the $69 billion 2-year note auction and also the money supply. So not much happening on the economic calendar today. No presidents talking, no Fed presidents talking. Yeah, there has been a big, from IWM. Take a look at IWM, as Dak is saying, into the Russell. And remember, the SPY was doing this. IWM was doing this. Man. Boy, can it take out well, there's 310, guys. So I mean, if you're in this one, 310 is the next high for ADIL. Okay, on the weekly chart. So a couple of things. I mean, number one, can it get through 3? Look at the volume. 82 million shares, guys. 4 million in the float. Well, I will admit, Adele, here was this little bottoming tail was a little tough, but haven't had a chance to look at any of the gap continuation and reversal. So you see what Donut is doing? Gap up, reverse. Time is it now? 10 o'clock. And about 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to go over all the information you can find on my homepage, plus all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Wow, look at look at CrowdStrike now. Talk about a whippy one. So last time I looked, it was really falling here down to 258, right back up to 270. It's a big float. I mean, these are big, big moves with that float. Of course, with all the news out there about it. Another low float, guys, VRPX. VRPX, 4 million in the float. Another one that's got some room. I mean, we've got 243. So, yeah, keep an eye on this one. A little bit choppy, though, because look at the topping tails for VRPX. These big topping tails. Remember, the price was up there, but then the sellers knocked it all the way down. So there's three of them right in a row. They can never clear all that because then the next high is 241. Whoa, Mobileye. Look at Mobileye, MBLY. So this is not an earnings play. Israeli stock. Now this has been kind of this looks a lot like the SPY did, but now this is, let's see if there's any news on this one. All right, well, things have settled down just a little bit now. AZTR pulling back now. Let's take a look at AZTR with respect to its VWAP. Sure, the VWAP now it still hasn't caught up yet. 717 is the VWAP, so it still has not even close. No, RCAT now, Red Cat. Now this has a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 221 on the daily chart. Looking for more room. This one's got a little bit of room. FBIO. The next high looking left on the weekly is 307. All right, so this AROC, next low looking left on the daily chart is 2183. Little too close to 22 for me to look at a short. All right, guys, I'm all out of the ADIL. And my doubts it's going to get through 3. And if it does, looks like there's some, I have to look at that weekly chart. Yeah, so I mean, 312, guys. I mean, there is the next high, 310. So what did it get to? Got up to 3. But this could be one later on in the day, if it gets the enthusiasm back with some volume, takes out 3, it could have another late day run. So that'll be one for me to watch in the afternoon. What I'm going to do is I'll put a price alert at around 312 and see if that happens later. Yeah, GM is well, GM is fading, isn't it? RVPH, another cheap one, guys. RVPH, another well, kind of a low float, 24 million. Let's take a look at GM. Yeah, I now remember this one now. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this talk about fading. I mean, this looked really good in the pre-market. So earnings play got up to $53. That was sort of holding this 52 level. But then look at this. Ever since the market, well, even before the market was open, that's an 8:30 candle, 9 o'clock. But there's your opening 9:30 candle. Now, maybe getting into some support right around here. All right, AZTR, not over yet. Just at that 10 level now, again. There, there you go. There's an all-time high now for Stantec, SGN tank, all-time high right now. All right, Fate. I had an alert, a price alert for some reason here. I think I wanted to see if it got close to 5. There's the weekly high. That's this high here, I'm sure. $5, yes. So if it takes out $5 with any authority, the next high in the weekly chart is 6, and that is for Fate. So the market's really not doing much, guys. Dow is up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up a little. This was this little move down. This was putting SPY in negative territory. So we're in mildly positive territory with the SPY. And as I said, with Nas and the Dow. Fufu, FUFU. Haven't seen this one for a while. How much room does this one have? 630. Too bad. 630 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. If it can get through that though, look at this. 739 is the next high on the daily chart. So why not? I'm sure it's a low float, pretty low float out of Singapore. I'll put a price a little around 630 and see if it can get close to that. And if it does, then you've got almost $1 to the next high. And that is for FUFU. So just kind of biding my time right now, guys. All right, guys, AZTR still holding. This could be interesting. The longer it holds 10, No, it's a big psychological number. At least I think it is. So gets over 10 again. You too, Green. Thanks for being in the room early. I don't like the fact you leave early, but that's okay. I don't think I had this. No, I did not have this. Did not have this in the pre-market, guys. AVXL, look at this thing move. Now this is not a low float though. 82 million in the float. So what sort of room does this one have? And they don't all have to be low floats. It's just that, typically when you're seeing big percentage moves, there usually have to be low floats, but this is a big move. Okay, guys. How about this? Who is it? E.F. Hutton. Well, remember the days when E.F. Hutton would talk. $46. This is a price target of $46 put on AVXL. Remember now, we're a $6.50 stock. A $46 price target put on by E.F. Hutton. I don't know if anybody really listens to E.F. Hutton anymore, but this is an Alzheimer play. This reminds me of what Sava said yesterday, phase 3 readout. I think somebody was talking SLRX. Wow, another one. Look at that. Crazy. I mean, look at that float under $1 million. At least that's what we have, under $1 million. What a day. All right, guys, it's 10:13. I'm going to go over my homepage. I'm also going to talk about the contest and how you can still enter this contest that starts tomorrow. Stock picking contest. Well, but it's such a catchphrase, Timothy. Okay, so the test drive, the test drive is on now. So you'll have the balance of today plus this week and till Monday. So you'll have access to the full premium service. It'll cost $7.77. But really, probably why you're going to do it, the $7.77, is that you want to enter the contest that starts tomorrow, Wednesday to Friday inclusive. Okay, whoever makes the most money trading any of the AI alerts, either the ones that show up today. Sorry, not today. Well, yeah, even today. Any AI alert, I guess, in the last 30 days. You can trade them. And again, whoever makes the most money at the end of the 3 days wins a $3,000 gift certificate from Amazon. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to do anything. You can automatically get into the contest. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber right now, you have to pay the $7.77 to get into the contest. You'll also have access, of course, to the premium service. When the contest is over, it's over. Okay. Nothing to do. Don't contact us. Ask to be unsubscribed from anything. Okay. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. And I really want to emphasize that, because I don't, our support people get inundated with people saying, okay, it's over. I want to make sure I'm unsubscribed. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Well, there's no such thing as, I mean, the AI is just part of the premium service. Yeah, Jimmy. So again, there's still time. There's still time to sign up for it. This is my homepage. Basically, what you'd be doing, if you're in the contest, I would click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the show more. And right at the bottom here, Holly AI. This will show you the longs and the shorts today. Okay. And then also you'll see you can trade all of these. Okay. I mean, you don't have to trade them all, of course, but you can trade anyone you see here. And these are the last 30 days. These are the ones that went long, and these are the ones that went short. Okay, Jimmy, then what I would do is click on my homepage link that I just put and click on my homepage link. And where it says need help, click on the need help, click on ask, and then click on chat and say, okay, here's my email address. Why am I getting, I don't have permission. It may be that you haven't signed the exchange agreements, but they can take a look at your account and tell you why, okay? Now, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's how you can do it. Here's a promo code you can use, 15% off. Okay, one moment, AI July. Just give me one moment. Well, from the channel bar, you can load them. As long as you go to the dock channel bar, you can load the two channels. So here's the AI channel, and then okay, I think I understand. What you have to do is go back to new. Okay, you can't do it here. Yeah, you're right. If you do it here, it's going to replace the channel. But if you go back to new, and then dock channel bar, see now this is open again, and then you can open the go no go, so you can have the two channels open at the same time. Okay. Okay, did that make sense? You just have to go back to the channel bar, back to our toolbar, click on new again, and then dock channel bar, and then you can have those two channels open at the same time. All right. Well, you've got to use Brokers Plus. Okay, this should all be in the instructions. AI, it should be in the instructions. You have to open the Brokers Plus window. Okay, and here's the Brokers Plus window, and then you click on Sim, and tomorrow, you see where it says paper trading right now. I don't know if you can see this AI in July PMC yet, but certainly tomorrow you will see it, and you click on that, and now you're in the contest account. Okay, and then how you trade anything is up to you. You click on an alert, the alert will show up. Here's your quantity. You can pick how many shares you want, either from the drop down or whatever you want. You go in and you just basically trade. Should all be in the the alert doesn't, you have to click on it. You have to click on the alert, but it'll show up. Yes. So watch, I'm going to click on GovX. I just clicked on GovX here. I'll click on PNR. See how it's showing up? Okay, so it is now showing up. So that's just make sure you're in the right account. Okay. I don't have the instructions. Yeah, it should be in what when you signed up for it. I don't have any instructions that I can really give to you. It should have. I mean, I'm assuming it was in when you signed up. There was a whole blurb on opening the Brokerage Plus but what I just did. I mean, it's pretty simple. Just open new Brokerage Plus. More than likely, this is what you're going to see. It'll be disconnected, not connected. Click on Sim underneath the Brokerage Plus. Now you're in the simulator. And then just make sure in this little box here where it says paper trading, just click on it and make sure it says AI in July. Now you're set. Okay, now you're basically set to trade. As I said, you just click on any alert and it'll show up in the box. Like how many shares you want. The only sort of trick is you have to, when you click buy, you have to then click send. But I'm hoping all that was in the instructions. Well, it'll be right here in the positions. Okay, it'll be in the positions. As long as you have to have the positions tab. That's all I would have. Just have the positions tab. Thank you, Pepe. So the Master Portfolio Challenge rules. There it is. Thank you. Okay, guys. So let me continue. Just give me a moment. The music appears to have stopped. Okay. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use whatever promo code you see, right? Whatever you see on my homepage, this will really help to keep this room free. Okay. So you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. If you're going to in the contest and you've never, you don't know a thing about trade ideas, do the get started. Runs you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. If you're brand new to trading 101, this is a free series of videos that you can take a look at if you're brand new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. I wonder what that one's going to be. Trade of the week. You will get the trade of the week. It is free. If you sign up for it, you'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So again, click here. This is the education section. Here's our user guide. A lot more detail. Here's the getting started. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You see, I've got a race going up here. You can construct your own race. I'm going to go over this race. I love to put price alerts on our charts. And if you want to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to follow, here's how you do it. So there's a lot of information in our user guide. Of course, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Okay, just imagine if I threw you an MS Word manual and said you have to learn everything before you can start to use it. Nobody would do it. Okay, so, but for sure, you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. At least these two things. Scrolling down a little bit more, there's a getting started series again. So daily support sessions. Now I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that. Pretty sure it will be Michael. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, The middle section, these are my scans that I am currently sharing. I do not have every one of these scans up and running, and neither should you, okay? And we have, it'd be information overload. But, I've created a lot of different scans over the years, and so I've tried to put some what I think could be interesting ones for you. You can take a look at them. These are the ones that you can see. This race at the top here is this one. Biggest scanners from the open right here. Halts resumes is over here. The momentum scan is right here. And the gap continuation or reversal is right here. But I do have other scans, as you can see. Have I used the no? Well, I don't think you received the instructions, AI. I think when you sign up, wasn't it just part of? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought when you sign up, it's not like a separate email that you're getting. But anyway, it sounds like you're good. Have I used the new Go No Go chart? Absolutely. So for the Go No Go chart, so it is part of this test drive. Okay, until Monday anyway. This is an add-on though, okay? Eventually, it'll be a $49 a month add-on. The reason why it's an add-on, this is not our product. So we're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. So what I would do, if you're interested in Go No Go, first of all, is click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go chart channel, okay? Before you do anything, now you should see this pop up. This popped up on my other monitor. So, you have to find this. Sometimes maybe it's hidden behind the channel, but find this because there's a couple of videos that you should look at, the launch video and also the channel explainers. Okay, so you have an idea about what Go No Go is all about. This is a nice little concise text that you can read that'll tell you what Go No Go is all about. Okay. And we're going to go over Go No Go in a while. So you can trade anything going back 30 days. Okay, Mark. Pepe doesn't actually work for Trade Ideas, believe it or not. but yeah, Steve mentioned it the other day. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just talking to Steve in our YouTube room, in our Slack room. Okay, so the stops, if you don't have the stop price column, you just have to add it. Okay, Corey? This is the stop. So if you don't have that column, you can right click and click on columns. Now we have said this all the time. We have way too many columns. Okay. It's information overload. But anyway, one of the columns is stop. The stop price. Okay. So if you don't see it, all you have to do is click on it, left click on it, and then left arrow it over, say okay, and then it will show up as a column. Okay. Now, listen, in the contest, how you trade these will be, of course, completely up to you. The fact that the AI, is a suggestion to go long. You want to short it, go ahead. Okay. The AI, the contest, just all it's saying is that you have to trade the AI alerts. You don't have to trade them in the direction that the AI suggested. You don't have to get in at the entry price. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, guys, I'm sure I've missed a whole bunch of stuff here. BBLG, what is this one doing? Look at all these, man, oh man. Low floats, guys, low floats. We're still, used to be that, well, we're still not we're starting earning season, okay? And that used to mean that when the low floaters would take a sort of a back seat for about a month, but I don't see that happening anymore. No, but you can have these scans, okay, Suhan? The way I've done it is I've sort of done it a la carte. You can pick and choose what you want. So again, if you click on my homepage link, and scroll down, these are the scans that I'm sharing. So as opposed to creating like one big giant layout, what I've done is I've said, okay, you can pick and choose. So that scan here, the biggest scanners from the open is right here. Okay. And here's the momentum scan right here. Here's the continuation or reversal scan is right here. And here's the halts resumes is over there. So they're all here, just a matter of, not everybody wants these, every one of these. So you kind of pick and choose what you want. So let me go over now. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. I usually take off anywhere between 2:30 and 3, but yeah, I guess you could do that, right, Pepe? You could do that and then just have it in a symbol list and then just trade it from there. If you don't want to go into the channels. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? So let me demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about. So we are a real-time alert scanner. I mean, we do other things, but that's what we're really excellent at doing, real-time alerting. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of say they're scanners, but we don't have to say we are one. And this is what I mean. If I right click on this alert window and all the scans that I'm sharing, this is kind of what you would do if you load it. You just right click on configure, and then click on summary. It's going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this scan, this momentum scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that's a powerful filter that we have. That means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now at 10:34 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan, because the stocks, the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes 400% of normal, etc. So if all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is why we're seeing BBLG over and over again. It's meeting all these filter requirements and it's making a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. So this is an example of a scan that I created. If you like it the way it is, great, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make changes, of course you can. For instance, you may not like the price range. Or maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Up to you. But if you like it the way it is, you can have it. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on search. And you can see right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. And as you can see, if I keep scrolling down, these icons all refer to the real-time alerts that we have. And when we get to these icons, these are the filters or the screeners that we've got. Do not get hung up. If you're looking at this for the first time, look at BBLG just ripping here. So if you don't get hung up, first of all, if you're looking at this for the first time and thinking, man, this is way too complicated, how can I possibly learn all of these alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course that meant they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters to satisfy most of the trading styles that are out there with the thousands of customers that we had. Okay, so don't get hung up on all that we have. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me, and just a handful of the filters. Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you have a question, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions. Even if it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer it, but I'll be able to direct you to somebody who can. And if it's a scan you're looking for, I may not have that type of a scan, but we have 5 other traders at Trade Ideas. They may. And so I will direct you to one of them or to them, and one of them might have a scan you're looking for. Yeah, somebody asked a long time ago. This was yesterday's or a couple of days ago for the SLRX. Somebody asked, they couldn't find any news on the SLRX, and man, I'm missing out a lot of stuff, guys. Low float mania. Another one, I don't see any news on this one either, the BBLG. How about PW? What's PW doing? PW. Another, wow, look at this one, popped way up here, 178, came all the way back down to 127. Unbelievable. Okay, so John, in our YouTube room, yeah, Ethereum ETFs are going live today. I don't know what they are yet, but when they start trading, all I have to do is, just type in the symbol. I don't know. I don't know when the Bitcoins came out. There were a whole list of them, about 10 or 15 of them. And the only one I really look at now is IBIT. But I don't know what the. Does anybody know? I mean, I don't have a list of what. I don't know if they've actually. I don't know if they actually have assigned symbol names to them yet. So it's not a matter of where we're in trade. It's Trade Ideas is not going to have it. Okay. They're not going to have a list of them, but somewhere there'll be a list, not unlike where they had a list of the Bitcoin plays. But does anybody know whether or not those Ethereum are actually trading now? Those Ethereum ETFs are actually trading now, and what would be the probably the most popular symbol? Popular meaning volume wise. But is that new today? The ETHU? I mean, what wasn't that? Yeah. So I'm you know what I'm looking for though. What I'm looking for though are the equivalent to all those Bitcoin plays that came out. I mean, I know you can trade this. Okay, so Mike, I can help with that. So if you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, okay, Docked Channel Bar, and then scroll. I gotta, this is driving me crazy. Just give me a moment, please. All right. So these are the new ones for today. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, so let me just copy that in. So these appear to be the ones that are John. Okay. Now my guess is probably ETH will be the big one, just because of whoever was lucky enough to get that one. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay. So in order to see, you want to see click on, yeah, start again. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do a few things right now at the same time. So click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. See, I didn't even know this was down here. So there you are. Show More. There's the Holly AI. And these two at the bottom here will show the ones for the last 30 days. Okay. Okay. So these are the ones the last 30 days. These are the long ones and these are the short ones. Okay. And then, of course, here are today. So if you're going to be in the contest and all you want to do is take a look at the AI alerts, then this is, you could just stay on this screen because here you'll have all the AI alerts here, the long and the short. No shorts today, I guess. And then the ones from the last 30 days right here. So these are the symbols that you can trade in the contest. a moment, guys. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys. Correct, Shady. Yes. Anything on this channel, okay? And I'm sort of, I don't understand why they've buried it. I understand they're trying to maybe, separate them long and short, but I would have had the AI up here also, this one. But, if you're going to, there it is, right at the very bottom. Click on the show more, Holly AI. If you are only interested in trading, the contest for the contest, then, you probably just want to have this channel up. And here they are, all the short ones for the last 30 days, the long ones for the last 30 days, and you'll see, of course, the current ones. These are the ones today. No short ones today. Okay, so this is not trading yet then. These are not trading yet, I'm assuming, or these are what the symbols will be, but they're not trading yet. I'm just loading ETH. Some are trading tomorrow. Okay. Doesn't matter what you're looking at, Shady. It's just the symbols. You just can trade the symbols. Never mind the fact that in the past they were long alerts or short alerts. All you have to do is click on a symbol. You like to trade it. So maybe I would have to think that ETH will be the most popular one. But you're saying this one is trading now? Okay, so this one is trading now. Okay. The float for SMFL, well, what we have is 1.64 million. Okay. All right. That's what we have. Let me see what the other website has. They've got only they've only got 530,000, so a third of what we've got. So very low. So look at that. You're going to 3 different sites, including ours, and you have 3 different numbers for the float Very difficult sometimes in these very low floaters. Yes, Marky. Yes, it did. Okay, guys, let me go over this race here. Okay, and explain what you're seeing. So you notice I'm running 4-minute races now. Again, in the education section on my homepage, you can click on the guide and then go to TI Stock Racing. It's going to show you how you can set up your own race, what the races are all about, your time period, etc. Okay, I chose to run 4-minute races, so we are now a little over a minute into a 4-minute race. So what you're seeing here, AZTR, since the race started, has moved 4.2%. You'll have to manually do it like Pepe did, Shady. So AZTR has moved 4.9% since the race started. And ADIL has moved 3.2%. Now, notice these are not at the high of the day anymore, but look what's happening. Maybe they're coming back. Okay. So for those of you who like to play pullback plays, you can check, and I'll explain why you're seeing these ones in this list here. But you can click on an alert and see what's happening. Just see what's happening. So for instance, I mean now, and look what happened. It dropped out of the leadership position because it pulled back a bit. So right now, VRPX, it's only up a nickel, but in this particular race here, you can see some big percentage moves, like really big ones. And I guarantee that earlier on in the day, AZTR was one of them, as well as ADIL. So what happens is, again, the race has another minute and 20 before it closes. When the race is over, there will be a winner. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. That's what that number beside SLRX means, is that today it has won 6 races. ADIL has won 3. Remember yesterday, CMAX and Mira, they won about 30 races each. They were the absolutely huge movers for the whole day. That's why it's good to keep track of what the ones that have won the most races, what are they doing now? So let's click on SLRX. Let's see what it's doing. So it pulled back. Okay, now did it pull back to something that makes sense? Like maybe the VWAP? Not quite. Well, not even close. But what if the VWAP was here? And you understand what I'm talking about. If you're a VWAP type player, you might look at this and go, "Wow, okay, I might want to trade this if the VWAP holds as support and it bounces off and starts to move." Or maybe you have a moving average that you like that's on your chart, and it comes into that moving average. Does that moving average hold it as support and bounces? Speaking of Mira and CMAX, look at them now. Just caving. eFresh just got halted. Wow. So So that's all well and good, but you might say, well, why are these stocks showing up? Like, why? Like, what makes these special? Now look at the SLRX guys. Okay, 15% move now. Okay, that's a 15% move now. So why are these stocks showing up? So again, remember, on my homepage, you go to the education section and click on the guide and TI Stock Racing. It's going to explain how you can create your own. But this is what my race is based on. All races start from a top list window, okay? And you can create your own top list window. Now, if you notice in this top list window, if I right click, it says launch real-time stock race. So that's why I'm saying all races originate from a top list window. So this is what I want to see in my top list window. If I right click, configure, summary, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. It'll be part of the race, okay? Now, that's why I'm saying you can build your own top list window of whatever parameters you like. It doesn't have to be what I like. So before we had races, you could sort on any header, as long as you had the column header, you could sort on it. So this is the change from the close, the C%. So if I double left click, this is telling me that meeting all my parameters, the price range and volume, etc. AZTR has moved the most, 436% from yesterday's close. SLRX 258, etc. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most from its opening trade today, there's SLRX 240% from its opening trade. So that's all well and good. All right, if you're interested in that, and a lot of people will say that, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Fine. But what the race does goes a little bit further. So what if down here, NNOX is up 5% from the open? Okay, but what if all of a sudden, for some reason, maybe news hits or for whatever reason, it really starts to move? It's at 5%, it's 6%, 8%, 10%, 15%, making its way up. You would never know that. You would never know that, would you? I mean, unless you're staring at that stock specifically, how could you possibly know when a stock is moving? So that's what the race does. No, I'm running a 4-minute race. Like I just picked 4 minutes a long, long time ago. Okay. Again, it's up to you. Again, you can create your own time period. So that's what the race does. Since the race started, here's the ZTR again, guys. It's up 15% since the race started, and it's just over. So it's obviously going to win that last race. Okay. Remember now, and it doesn't have to be at the high of the day. All it cares about is that when all those stocks start off in exactly the same position, say at the starting line, the race starts, and whatever stock has moving the most percentage wise, you will see it as it's moving up or right at the top of the leaderboard. Now you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. You can click on any one of these just to see what's happening. Okay, so that is the explanation of the racing. And again, you go to the guide, it shows you how you can create your own race. If you just wanted to have a race based on your watch list, maybe you had 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow, that's what you could do. And I might be giving people an idea, how to follow. I know Shady or Pepe started off by saying he created a symbol list with the AI alerts. You could also then, if you wanted to, you create the top list and then launch a race just of the AI alerts. Now, I'm also sharing 2 other races from my homepage. The big difference is that the other 2 races, you will not see big percentage moves like this because I've added market cap, minimum of 500 million market cap, and also a minimum 50 million float. It doesn't mean that they're not good to trade. It just means that you're not going to, they're not going to be quite as volatile as what you see in this race. I don't have a layout for this, though, Suhan. As I mentioned before, all you have to do is, you should know as part of Trade Ideas, you should know how to, like take a link, load it onto your screen, and then save it as a layout. It's one of sort of the basics. So I don't have a layout just with this, but I have as I think you asked that question before. Let me just show you how you load a link, okay? I'll show you. Okay. So that's what I'll do for you, all right? Okay. Well, look at all these triggers. I haven't been able to look at anything. That's okay. Sometimes there's just some awesome alerts in the afternoon. All right, so I'll click on my homepage link. Then I'll go down to my scan section. So let's just say I wanted this one, the race, biggest gainers from the open. I thought I renamed this anyway. So if you click on this, you click on the open scan, and what should happen is you'll get it either goes into a new tab or overwrites an old tab. It depends on how you've set up your browser. But here is the link, okay? There is the link. Highlight it. I'm just highlighting it. Now I'll copy it, Control C. So I've copied the link. Next step, File, Load from Cloud. And notice that this string is exactly the same. It ends in D002, D002. So this is the right one, okay? Now, the off chance that in this box there's nothing in it, it's blank, then you'll have to paste it in. I have not seen that almost forever, but I suppose it could happen. But if you've copied this correctly, it should appear in here. Then you load it. Okay, so now it's on your screen. And you keep doing that for the ones you want. Okay, again, you want another scan. So what would happen is you would start to see them on your screen. And then you just arrange them where you want them on your screen. Okay, well then you will save it as a layout. Eventually, once you've got all the maybe you create your own scan. If you want mine, you just put them where you want. Okay, and then maybe you put some charts, and then File, Save or Share to Cloud. Okay, File, Save or Share to Cloud. Probably click Entire Layout. Give it a name. It could be Suhan's first layout. Okay, and then save it. The other thing you can also do, which I do, is I also save it to my computer, because right now you've saved it into our cloud, but you can also save layout, File, Save Layout, and then give it a name, okay? And you can also save it to your computer. Now, typically, if I file and then I click on exit, it's going to ask, when you load Trade Ideas the next time, do you want this layout to load? In other words, save this layout and then load it when I reload Trade Ideas. That's typically what I do. Okay. Now, the other thing is one reason to save everything to the cloud, and I mean everything, individual scans, layouts. You can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only load Trade Ideas one device at a time, but you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer. I've got several laptops. I've got some tablets. So I can have them on all my different devices. And of course, if I've saved it to the cloud, so let's just say I run out and buy a laptop today. I download Trade Ideas, of course, the program. Then all I have to do is file, load from cloud. Okay. And then there they are. So you don't have to recreate all your layouts. You don't have to I mean, that's obviously how the cloud works. The other thing too, of course, is that, we get this question a lot. Oh man, I created a layout and I didn't save it to the cloud. I forgot to save it and my computer went kaput. What am I, is there any way I can get it back? No, unfortunately, no. So that's why, if something happened to your computer and you've got to get a new one, well, it's a pain, but as long as you've saved everything to the cloud, you can just bring everything back easily. So what's happening, guys? Anything good to trade? I haven't been able to follow anything. I see the eFresh, but then you said it just dropped. Wow, did it ever? Oh man. So this is the this is the low float situation, guys. I say this all the time. I don't mind repeating it every single day. If you take one of these low float stocks and you're in them, say you've taken this one up here as it was moving higher, you got it here at 325 and it's moving higher and think, oh man, great. Well, I'm going to go downstairs, make a cup of coffee and toast. I'm going to come back and see what's happening. Well, this could have been what's happening. You could have lost, virtually not all your money, but you would have wiped out any gain you had. And now you've been in a losing position. Bottom line is this: if you're in a low float stock, you cannot wander away from your computer at all. And I'm talking even for 5 seconds, because something like this can happen in the blink of an eye. And you might have a stop in place. The problem is that it can blow right through your stop. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you had 1,000 shares of this and you had to stop. You got into this one at 316 and it's up to 375 and you put your stop in at say 330 and you wander away and it goes down. You don't have any guarantee that you're going to get out of your entire position at your stop, because this could have just blown right through. So maybe out of 1,000 shares, maybe you got out of 200. I don't know. I mean, everything is, all situations can be different. But if a stock is really accelerating on a downward move, you may not be able to get out of your entire position. So what happens is, for me, if I'm in this and all of a sudden I'm starting to see a drop, I'm bailing some already. I'm not waiting for my stop. So bottom line, do not wander away from your computer when you're in a low float situation. Well, it depends what you mean by a good float. I mean, there's no such, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, the low float stocks are the ones that are going to move the most. But, but again, with dramatic moves up come dramatic and even sometimes more dramatic moves down. So it all depends on your style of trading and how nimble you are. But if you want to trade Apple, poor old Apple. I know I pick on Apple, but only because it's got such a big float. It's moved 0.58%. Unless something really astonishing. When Apple has earnings coming up, it'll have earnings coming up. It might, you might get a 2 or 3, even maybe a 10% move if something extraordinary happens. But look at the float, 15 billion in the float. So it depends, it depends what you mean by, like, what is a good float. There's no real answer to that. All depends on what you like to trade. Good one, Dak. If you want to stay out of the low float situations, then, you put a minimum float, say, of 50 million or higher. I've only had the two trades today. I've had the JAGX in the pre-market and held it for a while when the market opened on the short. And the very quick one with the ADIL, and that was it. Then I started into my explanation about what trade it is all about and all that. But that's okay. I mean, that's part of the job. All right. Let me, for Shady, I will demonstrate for anybody else. Okay, so here's Brokerage Plus. So are you in at least an account? Now this account is not available. I mean, you may see it, but I don't think you won't be able to trade in it yet. It should say paper trading. Are you at least there, Shady? So let me start over. So, you load new Brokerage Plus window. This is what people will see more than likely. Not connected. They'll say not connected. Okay. Click on SIM. And now the default is into paper trading. So you should see that at least. After that, you just click on an alert. I'll click on AZTR. And there it is right there. I would stick on the positions tab. Okay. Stick on the positions tab. And now watch, if I take 400 shares, I'll go in at the market. I don't care. Just buy it and then you send it. That's the only thing I don't. Well, I think I don't like that at all. I mean, you should just be able to buy it, never have to not worry about having to send it also. Now I'm in the trade. Okay. So I'm in the 400 shares. I can see it right here. I see my entry price. And that's in the positions tab. So if you don't have the positions tab, these are just tabs you can add. You click on new. Position tab, I would think would be a default, but maybe not. And that's all you really have to follow. Now all you do is, you manage the trades in here. You want to get out of that trade, you just flatten it. Want to get out of this trade, and just flatten it. Or I could double my position, or I could get out of half my trade. In the contest also, you don't have to get out of position at the end of the day. You want to hold it over till tomorrow, and the next day you can do so. So you can see in that very quick, I got in at 887 with the AZUL, or sorry, the AZTR, got out $91 gain. This is something that I took a while back as CNK in the simulator. Still up $1,200 on it. Whew. All right, guys, 11:15. So I'll be taking a break in about 45 minutes. Bro is an all-time high, guys. Bro is an all-time high, and it's also an earnings play. BRO, Brown and Brown. I'm so sick of that, PJ. Now I'll be starting to watch the Go No Go. You have to click send. That's what I was saying. Maybe you didn't hear me say that. So one thing, yeah, I don't like this send. Yeah, when you buy it, so let's do it again. I guess I never see that message because I always click send immediately. So I'm going to click on AVA, 500 shares, buy, and then send. Really? Nothing happens. Hmm. I mean, and you're in the paper trading account. You're not in this one, right? The AI in July PMC in the account, does it say paper trading? Ah, that's why. It doesn't start till tomorrow. That's probably the reason. Well, no, that's the reason. You have to be in the paper trading account, okay? When you click on it, you should see TI paper trading. That's the reason. It doesn't. The contest does not start till tomorrow. Now you'll be good to go. Okay. Tomorrow. Oh, really? Jimmy Carter passed away. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat. Hopefully, you can all get together and say, yeah, I think he was in my opinion, I'm a Canadian and all, but I can't see any reason why people wouldn't really have loved Jimmy Carter and what his life was all about. Where do you see that, Timothy? I'm just checking some of my news feeds that I normally that would be right in the top here. Where do you see that? I don't see that. That's a okay. Thank you, thank you. Is not it's a fake press release. Okay. Well, that's pretty sick. So that is not. I'm just going to, I'm just going to delete that. Okay, Timothy. All right, guys. Let's see now. Boy, that CrowdStrike is really having a comeback now. I mean, from 58 up to 74, almost $20, $20. Don't understand what you mean, Dak. I mean, here's my Brokerage Plus window. I mean, I don't know what you mean. Here's my Brokerage. I mean, it's not dedicated. I don't have a whole monitor dedicated to it. I can shrink it down as much as I want. So I don't know what you mean. Still, I mean, that shouldn't be. I mean, look. Well, I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. I mean, I can see the send. I know what you mean. I mean, how big is your monitor? I mean, I understand. Yeah, you've got to. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like the fact that you have to click the send. I've, we could probably go right to there. Anyway, there's nothing more I can. I've lobbied against this in the old days when we first had this. We had a big buy button, a big sell button, and that was it. None of this, all this other stuff. They got very fancy. All right, guys, fast morning. So let's take a look at the SLRX. So it pulled back. All right. So here's one, guys. Here's one, guys. Pulled back into the VWAP. Okay. 479. It pulled back into the VWAP area. So if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, you might have looked at that and go, okay, let's see if the VWAP holds as support. And so far it did. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just going to get up for about a couple of minutes and kind of stretch, okay? So give me a moment. I'm sure I'll be back before 11:30, but just in case. All right, guys. Now I'm starting to see something which is, I think, going to be pretty cool now. This is what I've been waiting for with the AI, okay? Because, we get the question a lot, well, how come the AI didn't pick this up? You know, some stock that really had a great move, and why didn't the AI pick that up? And a lot of times, well, I'll tell you why. Because for whatever reason, the strategy that made the cut on any given day, for whatever reason, the filters, the stock that is moving for whatever reason didn't meet all the filter requirements. Okay. So now I see what they're trying to do with this. And this is what caused the problem on Friday and yesterday, not getting any AI alerts in sort of in our traditional way, because they wanted to get this AI messaging going through. But I guess what happened is it caused a problem getting the alerts into here. Okay. But look, now the only thing I can say, okay, so hopefully you can see the message box, okay, in your toolbar. Okay. If you can see the message box in your toolbar, and right beside, so there's the big green ball, then sort of your status, and then there's a little message icon. So when it turns a different color, for me it was orange or yellow or something like that, and that means there's a message in there. And so look what they're starting to do. They're starting to message the stocks that are moving. So they're even suggesting, I mean, in this particular case, is a mean reversion play, high risk, big stop. I'm not saying this, I'm sure this is going to get improved on, but I like this. Now we'll start to see the stocks that are really moving during the day. That a lot of times our AI doesn't pick up because the filters just aren't met. Now yeah, okay, these were today, I guess. I know FDMT was a previous AI alert last week. I don't think that this is shortable for me though. Number one. Yeah. So I could not do that anyway. Then the other thing I would do, if I saw that, I would not, more than likely, I would not be putting a stop that far away. But, at least it alerts you, and just click on the created. Okay. Click on the created. Subject created. Yeah, it's a little, I'm going to say a little buggy right now, but, and so Steve now has, okay, so Steve and Michael have gone over. So watch this video, guys. Okay. If you're going to be part of the contest, watch these videos. Okay. So click on your message icon, and this one right here. This was created on actually the 18th. Is it really? You're, oh, jeez. Oh, that's good. Let me just make sure they know that. No, I know, but is there an up to date one though? I know you can delete it, but I do like the idea though. I do like this idea now of identifying stocks that are. It's sort of like an intraday AI. Now, a lot of the things we will already have seen them because we've been trading them or seeing them, but they also talk about a stop and a target and all that sort of stuff. So I like it. Hopefully, and I'm sure it will improve. It was even higher. It was $2,500 tank. Look at that. Yeah, it got up to $2,569. Talking about the HKD. Wow. So SPWR actually broke over a dollar. Well, it's having a heck of a day. You know, definitely a bounce play. Goldman cutting. I love it. Target price now is 50 cents from $2 by Goldman. But you know what? You're getting bottom feeders in here. Just, it's just a trade. All right, guys, PW. So PW is a resumption. Now this fly E finally started to move down. Seeing it every day, but haven't seen this day. And this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I am draw. Oops, get rid of my message. Pepe, you didn't tell me my message was still up there. You do, but you enjoy it. There's okay, guys. The Knixa, KNSA earnings play all-time high. No, sorry, it is not. It is not an all-time high. In the upper 75%, but it is not an all-time high. But it's an earnings play. Wedbush maintains coverage. Price target of 34. What was the one? What was that one that I said had a price target of something like 40 odd? It was a $6 stock. I can't remember it. I cannot remember it. EF Hutton. What was that one again, guys? It was on a $6 stock. Showed up, of course, in one of the scans, so that's why we know about it. Yeah, UPS. I mean, you're right. UPS, that's a big, big drop on earnings. UPS, big drop on earnings. Misa, yes, I think your question got truncated. Let's see, was it BBLG? No, because it was a $6 stock. AVXL, you're right. See, I knew our crack team of researchers. AVXL was that one, yes. I mean, it's almost ridiculous. It's almost ridiculous. You know, $46 price target, 46 by EF Hutton. Let's whisper it. So Misa, yeah, this is something new. So hopefully you can see there's a little mail icon. Can you see? Can you see what I'm pointing at? So there's your big green ball connection. This is your performance monitor, and then right beside it is a little icon, a little mail icon. Can you see that? It'll be to the far right of your toolbar. Now I'm assuming I don't know if it's available on the in the web-based version, so I'm assuming you have our downloadable app. But can you see it? Because when you do, when you click on it, again, it's taking a little bit of time to load, but it's not the end of the world. You mean the AVXL here? No, that's the 15-minute time chart, 15-minute chart. Nothing to do with 15-day moving average. Is a 15 like this is a daily chart, 15-minute chart, weekly chart. So this is what you'll see. Okay, so there's the AZTR. Okay, and the suggestion was just shorted at 956. Pretty big stop. I'm not necessarily would I have that stop at would have been at the high of the day. Well, can you not see the first of all, can you see the icon, the mail icon, number one? It should be right at the very end of your toolbar. Okay. Yeah, even if you shrink it down. Can you not see that? Can you not see? And now, are you using the downloadable application? Not the web-based version. If it's a web-based version, I don't know if it's even available. But can you not see that? Guys, you can see that, right? Most can see that little mail icon. Johnny Mag, it should. Yeah, just Barry 15. You'll get 15. Oh, first month only, right? First month only. But this is the easy way to do it, Pepe. Oh, good. Okay. So now you click on it and then click on the created, and it's going to show you. You can click through them. All right, guys. Now I am looking this. Okay, here's the go no go. Okay. So I'm going to go over this I'll be taking my break pretty soon, in about 15 minutes or so, but I'm going to go over, in fact, Michael will be in our YouTube room in 15 minutes. He's definitely way more of an expert on all this than I am. But what I'm waiting for now on the AVXL is for if this greenish turns into blue. Okay, you got a blue line stick. Okay, and that'll give me the opportunity to perhaps take along on this. That's, again, if you click on the Go No Go channel, there are 2 videos, and also there's some text that kind of explains what these color transitions are all about. And so what I'm going to do actually is just put a price alert a little bit above it, 671. Because if it takes out 671, then I'll be able to look at this chart and see, did in fact the green turn to a blue line? And then maybe that'll get it rocking. That's the idea, okay? Well, it depends what you mean by is it part of? It's not part of. I mean, you can access it from within Trade Ideas, but so is that what you mean? But it's an add-on. It is. I mean, right now for the test drive until Monday, it's free. Okay, but after that, it's a $49 a month add-on. So I don't know. So I don't know if that answers the question exactly, but it's not like you have to. It's not like you have to. Okay, so Alex, what time is it now? 11:48. Okay, so Alex, are you part of this contest? I'm talking to Alex in our YouTube room. Okay, are you a subscriber right now? We have a slight delay in YouTube, I know, about a 7 or 8 second delay. So, all right. So, if you want the add-on, now before you do that, though, this is what I would do, because you should know what you're getting into. Okay, so what I would do is click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Go No Go Charts. You should get a pop-up. Okay, you can watch these 2 videos, the launch video and channel explainers. We've got some text here, okay, that kind of outlines what it's all about. Okay, and then you can make up your mind whether or not you do want to and then you just add Go No Go to my TI Pro, okay? And you can use, when you do that, you'll be brought to this screen, and then you can get the add-on. I think you can use my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. Okay. But before I would do that, I would watch the videos unless you are 100% certain you want it. Now it's only month to month. So I mean, if after 1 month you found that it wasn't beneficial, fine. But I would, I know what I would do. I would watch the videos first to understand what it's all about and if it makes sense for you. Okay. So it all starts from the channel. There were some awesome ones yesterday, later in the afternoon for things like Mira and CMAX. Conceivably, you could have a watch list of just stocks you want to follow and just put, you have your go no go, like kind of like what I just did here. Okay. So if this were a stock you wanted to follow and you've brought it up, here's your go no go chart, and you put a price alert somewhere, and then you forget about it. Price alert hits, you bring up the chart, you see whether or not that green is turned to the blue, and then if you still want to trade it, go ahead. But you could do that for a few symbols. Let me bring up a few of them. Wow, look at that SPWR. All right, here's a bunch of colors here. Okay, just to kind of explain these colors. So, if you see orange, that's basically telling you, listen. Obviously, you don't have to follow it, but it's telling you, don't trade me right now. Okay, we don't see an advantage going long or short. So when you see the orange, then it turns to this light pink, and then from there you're waiting for the transition to deep purple, because then that is just sort of the reverse of going from green to blue. Now it's a suggestion to short. I would think so. Draw. Let me. That's a good question. I haven't had that question before. Let me. Pretty sure, but yes. Okay. Pepe says yes. Okay. So what? I'm just going to get rid of that question. A chart is a chart is a chart. Yes, that's what I thought, but it never hurts to find out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, in this particular contest anyway, well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, just give me a moment. Must be, I'm sure it must be in there. Pepe, I'm sure it says you can't trade in the pre-market like the last one. Okay. Yeah. So there's no pre-market trading a DAX, so you would not be able to do that in for the contest. Well, it's fun for me too because what I do, of course, is show the leaderboard all day long, and it's always a pleasure when it's somebody that we know who's in either of the two rooms, and I like to cheer them on. That'll never happen, Dak. Never happen. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the room so you guys can head over to YouTube when Michael is there. He'll be there probably about 4 minutes or so. Okay. How long was last? Well, you mean the last contest? They're all 3 day. They're all 3 days. All Wednesday to Friday. They're all 3 days. So here's an earnings play, guys. Another one of these regional banks, CADE, almost a lifetime high. Also, almost a lifetime high. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. Just waiting for Michael to show up. Boy, this one's been halt resumes, the fly E. So what happened with this PG? Oh, okay, so this is an IPO today, I guess. Oh, I remember you posted that. Was it Casa or Draw? Priced at $4. Okay, so this is an IPO that has some enthusiasm about it. It was priced at $4. 1.5 million shares. So it's above the IPO price. So now this gets me a little interested in if it takes out the high of the day at some point. 591, or that's wrong. Okay, so if it takes out the high of the day at some point, just because it was IPO, it was priced at $4, so it's above the IPO price. The last few we've seen, have been really duds. The other thing is, without my looking at it, let's see if I can find out where it's out of. Is it out of China or? Can't tell here. Yeah, work in Hong Kong. So this looks like a China company. Okay, guys. So it could get interesting later on, and that we're talking about the PGHL. 12 o'clock. I don't hear Michael. I didn't hear him ping in anyway. There he is. Okay. Okay, guys, I just heard a little pop, so that means Michael is in our YouTube room now. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'm assuming you're in the room and I can hear you, Michael.
I am in the room and you should be able to hear me.
Yeah, I hear you loudly and clearly. Okay. Getting all set for the contest. I know you're gonna go in it again, I'm sure.
Oh, why not? Yes.
Why not?
Yeah.
See if you can beat everybody.
Yeah, well, for day trading, I'm not the guy, but we'll see. I'll do some tactical YOLOs and see what happens.
So this new messaging system now. Just give me a moment. I've got my.
Yep.
Okay, so this new messaging system we've got. So this is obviously in its infancy, and yes. I guess it addresses the problem, not the problem, but the question we used to get all the time. How come the AI didn't pick up, well, like an AZTR today? How come it didn't pick it up? Yeah, well, the answer is, well, unfortunately, didn't meet all the filter requirements and the strategy that made the cut, on and on and on. Yep. So this kind of addresses that then.
How?
Well, for instance, the AZTR is listed now today in the messaging.
Yeah, but it's certainly not going to get everything, right?
No. But I mean, AZTR was such a huge one. I'm not saying it's going to get every single fast mover, but it's and we're in its infancy too. So who knows how many it's going to get? But I like the fact that it at least because we've been all talking about this one all day long, and it's it had a suggestion to short it. Not that I could short it, no shorts available for me. But at least I think it's going to start at least drawing attention to stocks that, for whatever reason, are not making it into the AI.
Well, this is the plan is to replace the AI with this. So it's more of a way to present the data as opposed to a dramatic change in the logic to find the symbols, if that makes sense, right? We're trying to get away from the here's just a grid of data, now go figure it out, and more about, right? So this is just a strategy that we came up that's going to go through the same AI process as anything else. But the point is that we're trying to use a bit of AI magic with the new bots and everything that we're creating, using ChatGPT kind of stuff, and have it output pictures instead of just images, or instead of just data, right? But there's going to be some days where there's 150 things that are big movers in the day, and the AI is only going to ever try to pick a couple trades a day. So
that'd be great though. I mean, because you can't overwhelm people. I wouldn't want to be overwhelmed, but okay, I see what you're saying. So in other words, the grid will go at some point and it'll just be something like this.
Yeah, and if for the people who are using the web version, right, they were able to get the same thing.
Okay.
And we were able to push because Apple and Android actually updated where you can create on your phone little web apps, and those web apps can send push notifications. So this is something that in the future would just have gotten pushed out. If you're somewhere, you're a plumber or an electrician or a doctor or something, you would have just gotten a push notification. It would have had this picture, and it would have said, here's your entry point, and here's your stop loss, and this is what we're looking at, and away you go. And one of the benefits, if you go into the ones that were sent yesterday, is that we can update people, right? So this initial one was sent here yesterday, and then the picture can kind of get updated as things go. So a lot of this has to do with the fact that a lot of the LLMs like ChatGPT can now read and interpret pictures. So we're
Mm-hmm.
building some of that functionality in as well. So it's not just text anymore; it can do all kinds of stuff.
Cool. Really good. Okay. I like it. I really like it.
Yeah, it's part of the mission to help simplify everything, right? Is
Mm-hmm.
that you show most people the AI page, and it becomes incredibly confusing about what it's looking at and why it's looking at it and all that kind of stuff. So right, as AI gets better, so will we, and this
Mm-hmm.
is just kind of one of the ways that we're looking to do it.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for that explanation. I had no idea this was really going on. So good. Glad to hear. Okay, Michael,
Yeah,
I'll see you in about an
exciting.
hour.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, talk to them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Um, as always, right, giving Barry some much needed time off and opening the room up for an hour to some live Q&A as we kind of get ready for, well, the test drive is going. So hopefully there's some people there with questions already. That will be cool. And if you don't have, if you're not from the test drive, of course, you can still ask questions. And then we have our contest coming up, our paper trading contest coming up. I think it starts on Wednesday. I think it starts tomorrow, right? It's 24th to the 24th to the 26th. Yeah, so it starts tomorrow and goes until Friday. So for those who are new, we have these paper trading competitions in which we can actually just click on this guy. We have these paper trading competitions in which we are, you paper trade. If you win, then we'll send you, in this case, $3,000 for an Amazon gift card for 3K. And the competition, the rules this time around are to trade stuff only from the AI. So you don't have to do what the AI says, right? You could do something completely opposite, right? If you think the AI is wrong about a trade or a number of trades, you can fade it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Right? So you can do, if you didn't like this PNR and you thought this PNR was going to go to zero, whatever this company does, you can take the other side of that for sure. But all of the trades just have to come from the AI, and the reason for that, and the thing that's cool about it, I think, is it'll be interesting. As somebody, I do a lot of the content when it comes to doing the play-by-plays and trying to figure out, right, what people are trading that day and doing all that stuff. I think it will be super cool to see how forcing people to trade the same symbols will create some cool trading styles. I think that's the idea, that I'm super excited for anyway. Someone, seeing 5 people trade, all of them to trade Apple, right, and to have them all trade Apple at the same time. Again, I think that's super cool to see who will do the best at kind of trading Apple and going from there. So do we have a trade ideas app? So yeah, you can either get it, I'll show you, for so if you're on the trade ideas application, the download it, the notification bar is just this guy right here in your messages. Right now we're obviously working to make modernize this interface. This is just a initial test with what's going on here. But yeah, it's this little message bar up there. And if you're on the web version, let me actually just grab. If you're here on the web version, yeah, it will be this little message box right here. So if you're signed in on the web version, we have that right there. So that's the idea. There is that, depending, we're trying to, again, the web is obviously the future, right? As we develop the web out more and more, and it has more and more functionalities and everything, right? The web is just the future of how data is going to be sent. So it's on both of those, right? Well, no, the beauty. So the follow up question is there an app for the phone? No, but the beauty is we don't have to have an app for the phone, right? So the idea is that if you have a web version, that you can obviously access this web version from your phone and turn web page to web app iPhone, right? So if you just Google, and I can do this as well, but you can do this as well, where you can add, if you just want it on your home screen, you can add that. Yeah, turn any website to an app on your phone. You can go through this if you'd like, but you don't necessarily have to. And the reason, right? If you, I think this guy's going to show you. Where is it? Yeah, so you open up and you just hit that little share screen, and then from the share screen you can just save it as an app, and it'll go on your thing, right? So long story short is the beauty of us building out the website is you don't need an app for your iPhone, right? You just access the website from your iPhone, away you go. So that's the one of there's obviously a lot of benefits, but that's one of the major benefits of pushing things more and more to the web, is that whether it's an iPad, which I use the web version on my iPad frequently, whether it's an iPad, a iPhone, a smart fridge, whatever it is, as long as it has access to a browser, then you have the ability to access it from there. So yeah, no problem. So yeah, I have if I look at my phone, if I open up my phone right now, I actually have on the home screen just a little app that I hit the button and it just launches to that Trade Ideas website. And I actually have that pegged so that it's on this one, the my watch list. Because my watch list, let's just sign in here. Not that one. Sign out, right? So this is my, right? This is probably the screen you guys are used to seeing if you are watching our podcast Beyond the Headlines, which you certainly should. And I just keep track of all the stocks that we're chatting about here. These are all the different names that we're just talking about on that podcast. So the beauty of it is because when I launch this on my phone, it just looks... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Where'd the web browser go? Shrink this. Right? It's like phone sized, so it's stacked on top of each other instead of... Right? So I open up and I see a chart right away, and then I scroll down and I've got my watch list. So I have it on my phone where I have access to everything that's going on here, so I can just check the names that I'm interested in from my phone. Right. So again, highly recommend the web app. I think the website has gotten to the point where for most people, it's fine. Right. Pretty much all you need, I think, for most people. And we're going to continue. You can see, now that I'm signed in, you can see the notification comes right up here. And these are the ones that were sent yesterday. Again, we're just building this out now. So this is what this FDMT was when it was sent out. And then this is what it looked like later in the day when we update it. So this AZTR is out, and this will be updated later in the day as well. So you can see all that. But again, I think for most people, this is all you need. And the beauty of it is it's simple, right? So these are all the things that are moving around in the last little bit. We have some basic indicators. We're expanding these out so we can do the EMA clouds for Ripster fairly simply. Do a 10-minute, then year to date. So this main page is going to show you all the stuff that's moving right now. And you notice if you hover over this, just the symbol on this heat map, you're getting what a 15-minute chart, just a little snapshot chart to see if this is something that you're interested in at all, how quickly this updates. So for kind of the intraday momentum type trader, I think, again, you could get by on a lot of this. We have these races. So if you're a big race guy, right, S&P 500 up, S&P 500 down, you can do biggest gainers and losers. You can do all kinds of stuff here. And again, these things, FTL's crash. So yes, you can have your races here. You can have top lists in either top list form or tree map form. And so we have Barry's watch list here as well. If you just wanted to look at this and say, okay, which from Barry's watch list are, I don't know, change in the last 30 minutes, you can hover over these. There's Bullfrog. That's a nice looking daily chart there from Barry. Right, minimize things, maximize things, right, add your indicators, do all kinds of stuff. And you can open up multiple of these tabs. So if I wanted to open up a new tab for watch lists and I wanted to open up a new sector tab, I can cycle through these. Right, so that was the my watch list that I just showed you guys, and this was the sectors tab here. So this is just the different sectors that are in play. You can see China's down, energy's down, financials are up. Right, so again, all of this, and you can have as many of these tabs going as you want. So if you're a multi-monitor guy, maybe you got one tab on one monitor. So again, I think for most people out there, there's a lot of stuff that you can do on the web for day trading. We're working to add more kind of swing trading type stuff on there. Yeah, I think most people could do a lot as well, right? So the yeah, the web version definitely different, right? We're trying. You got to remember the downloaded version was created back in 2003, so we're talking 21 years now, and it was designed 21 years ago, and we just kind of add on to it, right? So the web version is kind of our chance to say, let's start again with everything we've learned over the last 20 years, and let's boil it down to make it, visually better, to cut out a lot of the mess and a lot of the customization that most people don't really care about. Some people do, and you're right, we're not going to get rid of the downloaded version. So the people who want to like hyperly specifically customize the scan, again, we'll still do that. But again, for most people, they're like, show me what's moving, because if you're a day trader, you just have to focus on what's moving that day. So it doesn't matter if it's a 8 moving average or a 10 moving average or a 9 moving, like these hyper specific details don't really matter. It's just show me the stuff that's moving, and we can do that. And then we're going to start adding a lot of pre-built scans, and then these artificial intelligence, trade signals, that type of stuff will start to get spit out as well, right? So yeah, just the multiple tabs things is new, so make sure you check that out. And again, the hovering over the symbols, that's new as well, so definitely check that out. So like Rumble was on Barry's watch list, and it's an interesting little 15-minute chart there. Nice little push up here as well. So yeah, I see the comment that about Mac. I'm a Mac guy, right? What you guys are seeing is basically me remoting in. I've got a desktop PC in my house that I just remote into from my Mac in order to do Mac type stuff. And then for everything that we don't have up on the web version yet. So yeah, I use the web version a lot. And again, that's where a lot of our development is going, just because, again, we understand the future of, there's so many people out there who are at work, and if you're at a desk job, you still might not be able to download an application, right? Because your work may not allow it, so you can't download an application and start trading. And then more and more, people using iPads, people using sorry, 1 second, guys. My phone just got one of those emergency alerts, and it messed up my headphones. Can everyone still hear me okay? Yeah, okay. I think it's still working. But yeah, so the web version is the future. We're just building this kind of out as things go. So yeah, that's the version. So some questions on the go no go indicator. So let's just pop over to there. So again, you have access to this if you have the on the test drive, or if you're on the test drive, or if you've bought the purchase. And so first thing you get is this channel right here. Please obviously take a second and read it. It will help with a lot of things. So after purchase, click on an indicator to activate, or click on a scan to activate the indicator. So we'll do that in a second, obviously. And then we have 2 videos. We have a channel explainer where I walk through it. And then we have a go no go, a little video where I talked a lot to the guys. And then we have a longer video up on the channel. It's like an hour of me talking to the creators of this. So if you're looking for stocks that are going from you mentioned from something into a go, we have that on the daily chart. Right now, we're working on the intraday scans. So Boeing, for example, just turned into a go today. If you right click and hit select strategy, you can see we have a bunch here as well. So new go 5 minute. Again, this one's a little bit iffy, but we're working on it. So new go 5 minutes on crowd at 10:50. Yeah, so right here, that's when, or this C, not crowd, 10:50 right here. You can see that showed up at that price. So yeah, they're, again, take a second for sure, watch the videos. They'll explain everything in the channel, and that's what we currently have, right? If it's there as well. New Go daily. Yeah, these ones are really interesting to me. The ones that are, you go to the daily chart, they're switching from neutral trends or downtrends. That's right, that's a new no-go. On the wrong one. New Go stocks. There we go. So these are interesting because, yeah, they're stocks that were in downtrends or neutral trends and are now perking up a little bit. This one, I have to say, is my favorite, where it's strong names that are pulling back because they've been go for a while, and now they're showing kind of weaker uptrends. I like the look of that. And then this is for the people who kind of want confirmation in their trading. So this was a neutral, or not a neutral, a weak uptrend for a while, and now it's triggering into a strong uptrend there as well. So yeah, that's the Go No Go channel. It's super interesting. But my first investments immediately start to plummet. What the hell is SLRX? Jeez. Well, yeah, if you're trading stuff like this, it's going to be volatile. It's just the nature of it. Doesn't matter what scanning or charting or alerting software you use. If you're trading something that's tripled on the day, it can definitely go all the way back down. That's just going to be the nature of what it is you decide to trade and how you decide to trade it. So best of luck if you're trading. I know there are some people who trade that incredibly crazy stuff effectively. Good on them. Not me. Not the way I trade, that's for sure. The only thing I did today is I sold some of my Coinbase off the open. The only thing yet. I'll look at the close to see what's going on there. But yeah, Coinbase I'd bought yesterday as we went kind of red to green here. And then as we spurted up on the open here around 270, I just took out half the position. Just allows me to kind of let the rest breathe and takes my risk off the table. I'm no longer at any kind of risk on this, but yeah, of course, we are a scanning and an alerting platform. It's obviously up to the user to, as a grown up, to make the decisions on the what to trade. So just be very, very careful, especially if you're planning on trading incredibly volatile instruments like this SLRX. I have no idea what this company does, but it loses a lot of money. The whole company is only worth $3 million. So we could all pull our money together. If everyone in this room pitched in a bit, we could probably own this entire company. So these companies are going to be crazy, right? So yeah, these things are going to be insane. So again, good luck. It's, volatility, and volatility is a double-edged sword. If you're right, you'll do very well. If you're wrong, you'll do very, very poorly, which is why when most people trade names like this, right, they're trading them so microscopically small, right? This company, what was it? SERV was the insane guy du jour a few days ago. This one's probably going right back down. I don't think that would surprise anybody who's been trading for any length of time, right? They start to pop up here, and then all of a sudden the company has to have an emergency meeting and say, man, our insanely money losing company with no cash and a lot of debt, right? So you can just look, and I'm no fundamental analyst by any means. Anyone who's followed me for any length of time will know that. They have $9 million in debt, $500,000 in cash. They lose money every single quarter. The entire company is worth what? Where's market cap? Market cap. The entire company is worth $200 million, and they only have $500,000 in cash, right? So a lot of people in this room will probably have the ability to grab more cash than this company, right? If you look at your own financial situation and it's better than the company's, then you just got to know that it's right. If they get a spike like this, which they did, they're going to use that to raise money. So that's what happened to this guy this morning. Is they did a public offering. They said, okay, it's time to dilute shareholders, to dilute retail, because we're a money losing company. That just kind of got, like, via the grace of Jesus, we got a gift, and you'd be stupid not to take it. So that's why a lot of these crazy guys, right? If we go to this SLRX, same kind of thing. Again, it doesn't mean you can't trade it. Right? Most people that trade this, you just got to know you're a momentum trader. So let's do the same analysis here. So only 100,000 in debt and 4 million in cash. That's actually pretty good. But they lose a lot. They lose $3 per share. So they're basically losing most of the value of their company each year, which is obviously not a good thing. The amount of shares traded today are more than the shares outstanding, right? So it's traded, so what's 48 times 5? So it traded $240 million has changed hand on this security. The whole company's worth $3 million, and $240 million has changed hands on this company, right? So I'm not going to short something like this, but I certainly will not be surprised if and when this thing is back to the price it started before this, because they'll probably do an offering, as well as they should, right? You got to put yourself in the CEO's point of view. You have this company that's just been getting shellacked because it's a bad company. This was a $3,000 a share company. When is this? Back in 2019. Obviously, this wasn't $3,000 a share. What's happening is they have to do reverse splits in order not to get kicked off the stock exchange. But yeah, so from $3,000 down to $5. Right, so shareholders in this company have lost 99.999% of their value. We could go, is this even worth if we go further back? No, that's about the height of it. Well, 3K. So you know that when these things spike like this, these garbage companies, that eventually there's going to be a whole lot of people that are looking to sell. The company is looking to sell you shares because they need the money. And then you have everyone who's been holding this thing from $3,000 a share. If they get any semblance of their money back at all, they're going to be looking to sell as well. So, just know that, and this is the beauty of technical analysis and trend trading. Again, I want to reiterate, nothing wrong with scalping this guy. This is probably a great scalper today. Nice pullback into this cloud. You buy it at 5, you sell it at, buy it at 450, you sell it at 550, right? You make a buck, you move on. Great trading vehicle. But it's important to understand that this is an awful company that's probably going to zero, right? So most people who are participating in this know this. That's why the whole company has changed hands like 10 times today. This is a vehicle in which to trade. It's probably a lot being powered by this short float. 27% of the float is short. So you're getting a little short squeeze on whatever news or event occurred. Those shorts are probably still correct that this is right. This company's going to nothing. But yeah, just know these are not investments. Right? These are trades. Costco, right? That's an investment, right? We know Costco makes money. It's a profitable company. I spend far too much money at Costco, and I bet you most people in the room can raise the hand and say, I also spend a lot of money in Costco. And right, these things are trending higher. Costco doesn't need to borrow money. If anything, they're probably taking their money and they're buying shares. They're not selling you shares. Nvidia, right? companies with money and companies with a plan, right? Those companies are companies, in my opinion, if you want to hold for a long time, you hold. Like, so my Coinbase swing, right, which is already coming down here now. Thankfully, again, I sold half at that spike, but Coinbase makes money. It's in a nice strong uptrend for a long period of time. It's been putting in this base for a while, and now it looks like it could be breaking out higher. So a nice, nice company that's doing well. Its business is growing with the launch of the new ETFs. To me, this is something that I could classify as an investment. Everything else is just kind of a trade, right? Yeah, so the question about GoNoGo, we are looking to see if we can add alerts for when they're changing and when the colors are changing, so you can put your own watch lists in and things like that. That will all be definitely developed in the future. There's a couple other GoNoGo indicators that we're going to build in and include as well. They have an oscillator on top of the color change thing that does the same thing. It combines a bunch of other oscillators together. It's a lot of, we release it as is. We see if our clients are interested and how many of our clients, and then that dictates how aggressive we can be on future development. But so far, it's been great. People have been very, very happy with the GoNoGo indicators. I, for one, am a big fan. As somebody who doesn't use indicators, I find GoNoGo fantastic because it helps me. I can keep an eye on the price, right? So no, GoNoGo is using the original criteria from the creators. I am personal friends with Tyler Wood and Alex. We've been out drinking a number of times, and they showed us the indicator, and we liked it. So the reason that the GoNoGo has a additional cost is because we're using their intellectual property, right? It's their creation, right? It's their IP. It's not ours. So we need to, right, make sure we're rewarding them, right? They're making the money from the upsell because again, it's their product. They did the work. They did the testing. Blah blah. We built it into our system. So that's where that kind of split is coming from. So yeah, it's all their stuff, right? Yeah, there's a few videos on the web. I have to make an updated one because we continue to update the web so frequently. But if you're actually on the web and then you go to, it's another cool thing as well. If you go to resources, right, we have all this user guide education. So if you go to the user guide, it will actually just launch right here. And there's a video right here about the market dashboards. And this is me a while ago. And I'm going through and talking about all the different settings and things like that. Mostly the same. Some things have changed. I'm going to do an updated video at some point soon. But yeah, you can go through and you can read and then watch the videos right here. Yeah, another beauty of the web is it's all, everything you need is right here. You don't need to go looking other places. So you can look at the yeah, you can hop into the Discord. You can go into education. You can do all of this this right here as well, right? So yeah, as you can see, I'm very excited about the web. I think there's a lot of benefit to pushing things into a newer medium like that. I'm not normally a revision to the mean guy, but I did buy some of the CLH today as it kind of broke back through the opening price, and it's because this daily chart. See, I hate buying. I'm not a revision to the mean guy because I don't like buying junk. Right? I just gave that whole speech about how, right, even if you're trading, if you're looking to hold things for more than a number of minutes, you should make sure that the thing that you're holding is a good thing, right? It's not junk. But I love when good companies, and again, I don't know the fundamentals, so I define a good company as something that's in an uptrend. The CLH went from $1 to 100. It's 1,000 bagger, absolutely crazy. I just noticed this one incredibly oversold, and coming down to right these prior lows right here. And it's undershot these lows a little bit and then put it in a bottoming tail yesterday. And so far, right, still a lot to go, but so far a potential bottoming tail today. This one actually came up on one of these Ripster scans I've been playing. We're making some improvements to this as well. So yeah, I did pick some up as we kind of came back through on this candle right here, just to stop the low of the day. Just taking a shot, see if this thing ends up breaking kind of pre-market highs. Do we just get a relief bounce? So if we get a relief bounce, maybe to 50 or something like that, that'd be a good place for me to sell some, and then I'd probably just put my stop at the lows here and see the CLH is going to continue. Not gonna lie, a bit of energy. It's one of the things I should probably cut out. I know those energy drinks probably aren't good for you, but those things are good. I like them. They get you charged up for sure. So Iris, this indicator right here is just under the FX and hit EMA cloud right there. That's all you got to do. FX EMA cloud. I know we chatted about that before. So yeah, the FX button right in the top of your chart, and then click EMA cloud, and then just click OK to accept those changes, and you'll be good to go. So did a good presentation this time with the Wealth 365. Thanks. I was not super turned. I'm gonna do that presentation at a couple more places, but gotta say, 2 kids under 2 and one that's 2 months old makes it really hard to get. I guess that's why I'm drinking so much Celsius here. Just as somebody who my job is to pull words out of my brain and have them spit out my mouth in a coherent way. It's been challenging for the last few weeks for sure, right? Yeah, the URL is just tradeideas.com, right? So you just go to tradeideas.com, send that over to you, right? And to get started in the web version, you just click My Trade Ideas right up here in the top corner, and you give that a click, and boom, you're in the web version. You can see, right? We're trying to make everything much simpler. That's the goal. Trading is complicated enough as is. All of the customization and everything that we put on is super important. Right? For people, there's the small percent of people who it's very, very important that they're very able to do all the customizations that they want, right? For some people, the people who really they have a very nailed down trading plan, and it's very important that they build these very specific indicators and settings and filters and blah 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 into the system. Those people exist, and we're definitely going to continue to service them. Most people, however, that kind of customization we find doesn't help them, and if anything ends up doing the opposite, in which they get bogged down on looking for the perfect scan or the best way to trade this thing or that thing or the other thing. And we have found that it would be better for most people to ignore a lot of that and to simply say, I am going to focus on the stuff that's moving. I'm going to click through periodically throughout the day on stuff that's moving, and I'm just going to take trades based off what's happening. Right, this FBIO, I don't know what's going on here, but this thing is moving. It's moving the most right now in the last number of minutes. So if I was a momentum trader or a day trader, these are the type of things that's going to behoove me to focus on. Now we just need to get that same idea up for the swing trader and the long-term people out there, right? Caffeine is the only way to parent. Yeah. Again, as somebody who's my job is to do mathematics, and my job is to speak and to right other than trading, right? But my job is to everything I need is I need quiet and I need rest for my brain to work, and you don't get those things. You don't get those things at all, especially when they're that young. The 2-year-old's starting to sleep okay. If the 2-month-old we can get there as well, then things will be hopefully better. But yeah, my beard is definitely getting grayer faster as there is less sleep and there is more children. There is certainly more gray occurring in the beard. That CELH is actually working out pretty quickly, pretty nicely. CELH. CE, see, there it is. There's the brain not working. CELH. See, the idea with this, so the closer we're working with Ripster, the more I'm interested in these bands. I'm actually thinking of potentially taking a day trading challenge with them, because I am a horrible day trader, just atrocious. It's why I focus on swing trading. But these bands are interesting to me. So, right, I told you the daily chart reason that I was interested in Celsius, just massively oversold into an area of support. A really strong company that's been doing great things and growing really well. But then, where do I buy from an intraday point of view? Do I just put a buy order and say, oh, this thing is oversold, I'm going to buy? It's like, no. What I waited for was the idea is that if you can buy as these bands, as you cross through this kind of major cloud, that gives you some evidence that there's some intraday buying that's happening. That's good. So I just bought some here. I put a stop loss. Worst case low of the day, I'd really stop it here. So now my game plan is I am just going to trail behind this band half of the position. And whenever that gets triggered out, then I'll sell half of the position and then probably just put my stop at the low of yesterday on the other half. That will make this a risk-free trade for me, right? So say I was risking, let's make the math simple. Say I was risking $1,000 on the trade. Hopefully, this first half, this first sell, if this thing continues and maybe later in the day it breaks this band, maybe I make a couple $100 on that first half of the trade. Well, then I'll risk a couple $100 on the second half of the trade. So net, the trade becomes a risk-free event for me. And then that allows me to just put the stop loss here and hold it. And then if eventually down the road, this thing, starts to grind its way up to 60 or 70 or something like that, I can take more off the table and then just put the rest of Celsius away as an investment to see if it ever gets through this 100 where it's kind of double topped here. That could be a nice little push. And if it ever gets obviously through 100, I'm obviously very, very happy because I'm in at 50, right? So but that's just how I look at, trades only turn to investments to me if they're good, right? Not the other way around. So Barry,
Michael, yeah. Now I'm surprised you've abandoned Monster for Celsius.
I have what do I actually have one right here. I have a Bang energy drink. I don't even know what this is, but
okay. So you're just okay. So it's not just one energy drink.
No, but if I could, if I had to pick, I'd say is the best way to say that. If I had to pick, then yeah, I'd pick Celsius. I think it's if you read the ingredients, and I think that's kind of their shtick, is that it seems to my layman healthier. Monster, it's like the list is like more, I don't know, chemically. There's a lot of chemicals and junk in it. Celsius seems it's got like green tea and green coffee, and so they're probably all awful for you.
I'm a 5-hour energy drink guy. I find that is the best thing for me. I mean, on the go too, just a little bottle and boom, not a little, like a little. It's not sold.
Shot thing.
Yeah, a little shot. It's not sold very much anymore. I have to buy it through Amazon. So, but I kind of swear by it. That kind of gets me going.
And isn't that just a crap ton of B vitamins? Isn't that their thing? It's like
there's got to be some caffeine in there, but I don't have a crash. I do not have a crash with it, so that's kind of why I like it.
Yeah, I think last I looked, it was it's like those. They called them booster shots way back in the day for like people in sports. It's just intense B vitamins to kind of get you going.
Yeah. So Mr. Benson's asking you a question about what time period to use for go, no go. Now you suggested to me on a 5-minute chart, and I think that's the way to go. I don't think 15 is probably a little too late. Yes. And as he's saying, you'll get different colors. Of course you will.
Yeah.
And I haven't gone down to 2. I know you suggested take a look at 2. 2 was way too busy for me. So I think 5 is pretty good.
I noticed the same. And it's important to note for Benson there that this was created for basically people who traded, fundamentally, to help them with the technical side of things. So, or people who trade, it wasn't designed for day traders, right? But as Barry was mentioning, we have actually found that's actually pretty good for a lot of these day trades. And I agree, the 5-minute seems best. What I've been doing for my swing trading, just like I mentioned, using the Ripster Cloud for my Celsius trade, I want to bring this up. When I bought Coinbase yesterday, I think it was a 30-minute chart. Yeah, so just for entry, right? I liked Coinbase for a bunch of reasons. But yesterday, when it kind of dipped down here, I said, okay, what I'm going to do for my swing trade for an entry is on a 30-minute chart. I'm going to wait for it to go back to a go. So that's why I bought right here. And I sold half on that spike, and then it's right back down here. But for swing trades, I've noticed it's actually good on that kind of maybe 15 or 30-minute time frame. But yeah, for day trades, I think 5 minutes the best. And the reason for that is that by design, the indicator is not meant to switch colors frequently, because that would make it incredibly annoying. So something like 5 minute to me makes the most sense, because if you go longer than that, because the indicators themselves are kind of slow, it would
Yeah.
make that it would update too slowly, I think, to be relevant.
Well, for a while, I put the 15 and a 5 side by side. And, there were times where it wouldn't have mattered, but most of the time, I said, okay, I can't do 15. 5 is definitely the way to go.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you think about this? And I don't know, I'll ask you now. I don't think it matters in front of the group, but would it be okay for me to permanently have a go, no go chart displayed?
Oh yeah, it's out
I'm
now.
talking in front of the group.
Yep. No,
Oh,
it's out now.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
All
would
right.
the scans, I
Not the
would
scans. No, not the scans.
yeah, I would put those. But yeah, no, I think it's absolutely fine, because um we want to show it to people, and then the idea is that it will do the analysis on their own, on their own symbols, right? So that's one of the
Right.
benefits of it. As soon as you have it going, if you're, for example, you're like, oh, I'm interested in Apple, right? The idea is, and this is actually a perfect example. This is the one I use in my recent webinar. Is that right? If you really like Apple as a company, well, it had this massive drawdown from kind of the beginning of the year to mid year, where thing just stayed neutral or no go for a long period of time. So then, if you went to buy it when it turned into a go trend, you had this kind of massive run from it. So yeah, the point is that yes, we can scan stuff for you, and we're going to protect those. But at the same time, once you take the indicator, you can do whatever the hell you want with it, right? So like Barry mentioned, combining it with momentum trades, and combining it with um, the AI calls and things, I'm finding, and I think you're finding as well, Barry, gives you really nice kind of pullback entries when it
Hmm.
goes from light blue back to dark blue again. They're creating some really nice kind of pullbacks.
Well, I think I may have pointed out in our Slack channel yesterday, there were some awesome entries later in the day for Mira,
Mhm.
MIRA, and CMAX, CMAX. Awesome entries. And this is after the stock is already up like, 150%. And you
Yeah,
think, oh, well, how can it keep going? Well, you know what? It could. And I'm finding just even later on, with what I do, Michael, I can kind of concentrate quite a bit from 9 o'clock. We'll talk Eastern time, 9 o'clock till about 10:30, and then I go into my spiel about trade ideas. So for almost an hour and a half, I can't look at anything.
yeah.
I'm trying to do the best I can with the room, but then in the afternoon, things slow down, and I don't have to do as much explaining. I'm finding great setups in the afternoon.
I may, with our partner Trade the Pool, I've often thought of trying to do, and maybe I'll reach out to the CEO and see if he'd be interested. I've often thought it'd be interesting to take, because they have, right, you pay for a challenge, you pass a challenge, you win. They give you up to like 250,000 for a day trading account. I've often
Right.
thought of taking the challenge and just having, and maybe even coming in here and shooting the shit with you, but just having the idea of not even looking at the market at all until like 1 to maybe even 2 Eastern, and then just using go no go and just seeing if like um, using it for pullbacks like we talked about, and then
Mhm.
using it for reversals too. And the way I was looking to do that is, what was this, SERV? I was looking at this the other day, uh, and it goes. You'd look at it when it goes the first time, it goes no go, like a recent high flyer,
Yep.
kind of in this area. If you're seeing my screen at like
Yep. I
12
see your
bucks,
screen. Yep.
and then just bleeding all the way down to 8 in a single day. So
Hmm.
I really do think that there may be, so this MA, and I was just looking at this Mira that you were talking about. This would be really interesting to me if later in the day this starts to go into a go trend again.
Yeah.
That to me
Exactly.
seems like a little little turnaround
Hmm.
potential on that. I really think that'd be. if I could pass doing that, then we're definitely onto something. Because
Yeah.
as I admit, I am the worst day trader
Maybe
of
not
all
the
time.
worst, but you're just not used to it as much. That's all. You're not the worst, Michael.
Oh, I get I revenge trade, I
Oh,
over trade,
then you're the worst. Okay.
I do.
You are the
That
worst.
that's why I swing trade well, and that's I think because it's so slow that I can very easily keep emotions and everything intact. And then I have systems for day trading, right? I have robots that do that work
Mhm.
for me. But um, no, I do think you're onto something. I think just like most things, the bucking of conventional wisdom, and conventional wisdom says you have to day trade the open. Um, and we know that most people fail, and we know that
Yeah.
most people spend all of their time and capital and energy trading on the open. I just, maybe it's just me being a jerk and a contrarian at heart. I just think it end. If most people lose, and most people are saying you have to trade off the open, makes me think that trading off the close may actually be the real move.
Hmm. Now, the other thing I noticed, you were talking about Ripster. Now, I have to admit, I've taken the Ripster off, the cloud off, just because it was getting a little too congested for me. Also, I
Yeah,
have a feeling it was sort of slowing down my system a little bit. But but are you still? Yeah. But I heard you talking about it. I'm willing to look at it again. But on the other hand, I think I want to devote myself to go no go. And I don't think personally, I don't think I really need to have a combination.
no, no. These are two different products for that kind of doing a little bit the same thing anyway.
Hmm.
The idea with most things is it's giving you a reason to stay in a trend, right?
Right.
um I even wonder with my Celsius trade if I would have been the same doing. Yeah, Celsius would have turned right around the same time anyway. um but no, I'm using this now because I'm working with them, and the idea is
Okay.
that, right, he teaches his own kind of methodology and his own style of trading, and if that gravitates, that makes sense to some people, then we're going to build that in for him, and that's fantastic. But the idea is the same. It's their trend following indicators. So like most trend following indicators, the job is to uh, tell you if you're wrong very, very quickly, and then to give you an excuse to really, swing for the fences when you're right.
Right.
And that's what I like both of them for. If just staying in, uh, like SMR, for example, I had SMR from, I think from in here, no, from around $6, and I got out right at 13, just because this thing stayed blue the whole time.
Right. Right.
Um, I got out there because we failed pretty hard at a recent high.
Hmm.
Uh, but yeah, they both kind of do the same thing of giving you a good reason to stay with a trade. And at the end of the day, as you know, Barry, right, it's going to be those couple trades a year that you stuck with that are really going to make a huge difference.
Well, and it's interesting when you talk about staying in the trade based on the go no go colors, because if you actually then looked at it, say a traditional chart, some of those colors would have been red,
Hmm.
and probably like for a guy like me anyway, go, I guess maybe I better consider. Whereas,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. I mean, it would have not have been as easy for me to look at something like that and stay in it rather than looking at that go no go chart saying, okay, I'm going to trust the technology, or I'm going to trust the way they constructed this within reason. I mean, I'm not going to
Yeah.
go crazy, but
Yeah.
it just gives you that extra level of confidence. You're right, to actually stay in a trade by looking at that sort of a color rather than red blue, or red green. It's very interesting. Well, Michael,
Yeah.
listen, I better get back into both rooms.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. Yeah.
we'll, with that, thanks again, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Talk to
And
you
good
later.
luck. Good luck in the contest.
Thanks. I'll report my massive failure next week when I'm in.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Okay. Okay, but guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just give me a moment. Get rid of my announcement. Oh, it's not there anymore. Okay. $49 add-on, Michael Storm in our YouTube room. So it's a $49 add-on per month. And give me one moment. Guys, well, let's take a look. Now, I've been given the go-ahead that I'm allowed to display the go no go charts now forever. Not just I wasn't sure if I was going to be allowed to from a licensing point of view, but Michael said it was okay. Yeah, look at that PGHL. Wow, wow, wow. See, interestingly, this never gave, even though this was soaring and soaring and soaring, it never actually gave the true buy. Now, this is the IPO today. And I'll try to explain what we're seeing here, okay, on this when we get a setup. You see this now, had I seen this one, okay? If I were looking at this one earlier, and I know I probably should have been because I mean Zap did well. So this is the concept, okay? So we had this big nice move for Zap. This on a 5-minute chart. Then we kind of had this, I will call this sort of limbo, a little bit of a limbo. This is more like limbo. Okay. The orange is limbo. The orange means, you know what, we don't find an advantage one way or the other. In other words, we don't find an advantage to go long and we don't find an advantage to go short when you see this orange. The little green here is saying, we might be starting to set up. So this is, had I seen this, okay, I would have put a price alert right here. Oh, okay. Thank you, William. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I'll stick around, okay? So what I was saying here, if I'd seen this one earlier, and I should have because Zap had that nice pop, so I would have put a price alert right about here, okay, right at the top of that little candle, would have put a price alert right there, 1040. And then when I got the alert, because it did, and I noticed, it did turn blue, I would have taken the trade. Okay. And I'm not saying they're all going to do this. Of course, they're not all going to do this. But that's how I would be using this. Okay, that's so I'm going to start to display some of this, and I may move it off camera from time to time, but you can kind of see that is the theory behind it, and then I'm not showing this after the fact. Okay, this is something that I saw, and I saw it was up here, and I didn't do anything about it, and now it just kept going. Now, here's a situation where in theory that wouldn't have worked, you know. Now, to me it also depends on how volatile these candles are, or these, I don't even know what you call them, sticks, lines are. Because, here you could have said, okay, I'll take the trade at 110. Sure, got up to 112. But you know what? It's still may be viable. It may be viable. See if I can find another one. See, this is just too extended. But I'd be looking at, this top list here. I'd be looking at this top 10 list. Lizards, is that what they're called? Okay. Yeah, look at this liposuction. I know it's not liposuction, but LPSN. Boy, this has got room, lots of room. 271 LPSN. All right, guys. Well, this is an interesting one. 255 would have been sort of an interesting entry, okay? And the same rules apply for me. Always still going to look left, okay? I'm always going to keep looking left. Have to make sure it has room. Yeah, well, listen, Facitos, whatever works, you know. I mean, in terms of, I just found I tried it on a 2 minute chart. I just found it too busy. Okay, but if you can find it on, if you can use it on a 1 minute chart, more power to you. Now, the question in our YouTube room earlier was like, what time period? I mean, you know me, I'm a 15-minute guy, but I found the 15-minute was a little bit too late using this. And I tried it on a 2 minute and I just found it way too, I mean, the color change was just, constant. So I found, for me anyway, I found that a 5 minute chart for this go no go was kind of the sweet spot. Guys, look at the serve now. Let's see what it looks like. So it's interesting. I have to click on an alert in order to get it. See, this is telling me right here, what this is trying to tell me, no, there's no advantage one way or the other to taking this trade. Even though looking at a 15-minute chart, looks okay, maybe it's a breaking out. And listen, there's nothing that is 100%. But I'm going to try to trust it for a while, so the orange is telling me there's no advantage going long or short right now. This one is going to look horrible now. Well, there's no shorts available for this anyway, the PGHL. Not for me anyway, not on the opening day of trading. Now, you see, here's another interesting case. And this is an earnings play, so I clicked on this a little bit earlier and seen this formation right there, this pink. I would have put an alert down here at the bottom, 35, 35, 38, and then forget about it. Just kind of forget about it and see if it takes it out. If it takes it out and it's deep purple, then that gives me a bit of a sign that I could short it. All right, guys, NCNA, very low float, 2 million in the float. I'm kind of watching this L's. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, L's is an earnings play. Ernie. L's is an earnings play. Obviously it has been just, very, very weak. There's the 200-day moving average. It's been flirting around that area for a bit. 65.98 is actually the 200-day moving average, so it's still a little bit below it. All right, is this halted on the way up? PGHL, yeah, I got halted on the way up. $50,000. No, you have a 100,000. Well, okay, you're given $100,000 now. Not in the contest. Well, in the contest, you're given $100,000 with no margin. In the simulator, call it the normal simulator, you are given $100,000, and I believe with 4 Mart, so you can actually have up to 400,000 shares or $400,000. Now, if you're trying to trade 50,000 shares of a $10 stock, it won't do it. All right. So it's not the share max, it's the dollar max. So what are you trying to take 50,000 shares of? If it's over $8, then it won't work because that's 400,000 right there. In the contest, though, it's just 100,000. There's no margin. I think I'm just going to exit out everything here. I was thinking that maybe this AZTR might have a late day pop, but it doesn't look good now. Interesting. If I type this in, oh, I know why, because it's another color. Don't confuse him, Pepe. He's going to go say, what? No, I'm kidding you. I'm just kidding you. I'm completely just kidding you. Okay, give me a moment. I have a hungry feline at my feet. Good one, Dak. All right, let's see some of these other ones. How's this ramp doing? Gap down and go. Yeah, the AZTR, I don't think the AZTR is going to do it later on. All right, GSUN just resumed. Let's see what it's doing now. This is a pretty ugly looking daily chart when you see all these topping tails. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 5 of the last 6 days, these big topping tails. Well, I'm watching this TKNO. I'm just looking to see. It just doesn't want to trade very much. Man, what a nice run this has been on this AMPI. Okay, guys, so now I know I can flip this in and out, so that's good. Look at this. I don't think this is shortable for me, but this SLRX is really starting to give it up now. I don't think it's shortable for me. No, I was hoping it would be, because through the 200-day moving average now, through that 10 SMA. Now, the interesting thing would be, you see, right now it's telling me, even if I had shorts available, it's telling me, no, don't do anything with this yet. No big advantage. However, look at that little bit of pink here forming. And then if that pink turned into a bright red or deep purple, that would be a sign to short it. But I don't have shorts available for the SLRX. Wow. Too bad. Too bad this is not shortable for me. See, look what happened. Look what happened right there. It actually didn't even transition from the pink to the purple. Is right deep purple right now. And look how much room this has. So if you have shorts available, All right, guys. Well, listen, it is 1:27. So I'm going to go over my homepage and also put the contest link in. There is still time. You can sign up for the contest. It starts tomorrow. Runs till Friday at 4 o'clock. No pre-market trading. Okay, so basically 9:30 Eastern time every day, and then it ends at 4 o'clock Friday afternoon Eastern time. So it will cost $7.77 to get into the contest. You'll have access to the full premium service, and remember, you can only trade the AI alerts. I'll show you where you can find them. Not just the ones, not just the ones today. Okay, on the current day. Any AI alert that has happened over the last 30 days, including any one that happens on the given day, like so tomorrow. And if you're a premium subscriber, somebody in our YouTube room said, well, how do I find it? Well, if you're a premium subscriber, you can go into the contest for free. And what will happen is tomorrow, this AI in July PMC, that will be the account you trade in. Okay, you guys, I know you have access. Well, you have access to it in that it appears. But if you try to trade in it right now, nothing will happen. Okay, but tomorrow, that is the account that you'll use for the contest. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. All you have to do is click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that will show up. It'll probably say disconnected. Okay, it says not connected. Just click on the sim for simulation. Okay, and it'll turn. Probably it'll say paper trading. And so all you have to do is just click on that and then just select. So again, if you're a premium subscriber, that's all you have to do. And then you just start making trades. But you can only trade the AI alerts, the ones that have happened over the last 30 days, plus the current day. Okay. Really no selling suggestions, okay, Hutch? Unless there is a stop. I don't know if there's a stop on the long term, but how you trade them will be up to you. I mean, in terms of taking profit and how much, what percentages, it'll be up to you. But let me just say, I don't know if there's a stop. Let me just load the channel. So this is what I would be doing for the contest. If you want to devote yourself just to the contest, okay, in the next 3 days, then you load this channel, the AI, the Poly AI channel. You'll have the long alerts. There are no short alerts today. These are the current ones, and these are the ones. Yeah, I don't think there's a stop price. Yeah, how you trade them is going to be up to you, Hutch. You have to some kind of trading experience, to look at a chart. So there is no stop price. There's stop price, of course, on the. Interesting that it's not here, but it's. Thing is that remember, you don't have to. If you get a long alert tomorrow and you looked at that and you went, "Well, you know what? I want to short it." Go ahead. It just all they're asking you to do is trade the symbols that showed up in the AI, and you can look at these ones also, which are the past 30 days, short ideas, long ideas. How you trade them will be up to you. All right, guys, I'm just putting my homepage link in and go over it one last time. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Right at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription right now if you want. And that's Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. Okay. The room gets credit for the subscription, and it's really that simple. Get started. You must do the get started. 10 short videos, download and install your first startup and login. I'll go down to here. Important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a series of videos, all free. Okay, I really recommend it. If a person is new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video that's free, of course. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is also free. I know it's Nova. I know it had a very choppy day yesterday. Is it? I know it triggered, so it's still kind of below the trigger price. How you trade it, of course, if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And this is our big education section is right there. And here are my scans. These are the scans that I am currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, okay? Just to let you know. If you, and I, recommend you don't do that. You'll have way, way too many scans to look at. But this is what you can see. Well, I had it on my other, I put this compare count. I wonder if I have the compare count here. Nah, I don't have it. That's okay. I can give it to anybody who wants the compare count, but here's the momentum scan that I had. that I was showing, the halts resumes, is over here. This is the race. This is this race right here, right at the top. And here's the gap continuation or reversal scan right there. Yeah, AZTR would have been an awesome short. But like most of us, unless you have Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, but often I'm surprised. Some of you with E-Trade or Fidelity sometimes have shorts for these sort of stocks. Always surprised when I hear that. This is a pretty awful day for GM. I mean, I read their press release this morning regarding earnings, and it looked pretty good. It seemed to have a lot of, obviously, initially big positive reaction to GM. But boy, oh boy, look at this. Look at this. Now it's actually gone negative. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm not seeing too much right now. Not necessarily, Hutch. I mean, exit at the end of the day. I mean, if the trade is still working, why would you get out? Right? I'm talking to Hutch in our YouTube room. I mean, that's with any trade. I mean, if the trade was still working, why would you get out of the trade? Working meaning, there was no big pullback, there was nothing, there's still room for the stock to run. Just because it's the end of the day, you wouldn't necessarily get out of the trade. Every trade has to be taken sort of on its own, and then looking at, a daily and a weekly, in my opinion, if you're going to hold it. See how much room it's got to keep moving before it hits any sort of, well, if you're going long, any sort of resistance on the top. Well, if you're talking, are you talking about, now you're talking about this AI here? You're talking about these guys? Hutch? I mean, you should be out of you should not be in the SMFL. SMFL worked okay at the very, very beginning. I mean, not bad actually. I mean, 297 got up to 331 before it pulled back. And that's, that is the trader, right, in you, because you can't, my opinion, I mean, you can't let a stock go up, go from 3 to 331, a 10% move, and then allow yourself to get stopped out. That's why it's very hard to, people ask, well, what is the success of the AI? How do you measure, how would you measure this? I mean, I know what I would be doing had I got into this trade. You're talking about now you're not talking about this, okay? You're talking about the messages. KV Ray. See if there's another one today. Okay, so can you see my toolbar? Can you see at the very, very end of the toolbar, there's a little mail icon? You just click on that. Okay. Now, I don't, for whatever reason, it seems to be taking a while to populate sometimes, but you click on the created, they will show up. And out of interest, it was a suggestion to short. I'm going to delete that one. That's it was a suggestion to short this AZTR as an example. Short at 956. This is, as Michael was saying, this is sort of going to be the new AI. You know, I mean, it's in development right now, but this is going to be kind of the new AI, getting rid of the grid. So we'll have a chart, a little more information. How it will be delivered to you. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. As Pepe said, I think you can actually get this on the account page somewhere. But you do know when there's a new message because the email icon will, or the icon will turn or yellow, I believe. So you will know when there's a new message. But why I like this idea is that now this is more intraday because remember the AI gets optimized every evening, has no idea what the market's going to do the next day. And there are a lot of times, and I know people ask, like, how come the AI didn't pick up, you know, this one, the one we're just talking about? Why didn't it pick up AZTR? Well, the simple answer is that it didn't meet all the filter requirements in the strategies that were optimized for today. Not that they didn't want to do it, but it can't do it. It'd be like saying, how come some stock that hit a high of the day, how come it's not in here? Well, it's because it didn't meet all the filter requirements. Okay, it didn't meet all these filter requirements. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now I got to read that message that William. So the window on the long is just the long trades, the long alerts, Hutch. Okay. That is just the long alerts. Today, the AI, you can see right here. I would not want to separate. I want to see all the the AI alerts in one window. But you notice here, these are long. There were no short alerts today. Okay. Otherwise, you'd see an S in the L/S. Okay. Is that what you mean? Because yes, there is a long channel and a short channel now for the AI. So I mean, I guess there are some people that just don't want to go long or sorry, short. I will. Today is a beautiful day, Tank. You're talking SMFL, Hutch? Is this real money you got in? Because I mean, this is not a. Well, depends on where you put your stop, but I mean, if you're in SMFL at 256, I mean, the stock is at 216 now. Yeah, it doesn't look good for these. Well, obviously this one, the ADIL, obviously the AZTR. Looking at some of the ones that really were flying high, what we'd like to see, it's not going to happen. Doesn't look like it. What we'd like to see is these ones that are flying high, and then they just sort of sit around, do nothing for 2 or 3 hours, and then later on in the day, meaning around now, maybe 2 o'clock, they get some volume coming in, and boom, doesn't look like we're going to have that happen today with the high flyers, the SLRX or the ADIL, or certainly the AZTR. And again, I have no shorts, unfortunately, for the SLRX. But look at that. Is what I was talking about earlier on the go no go right there. That transition right there, 419. Well, Shady, you have to treat it like a contest, right? You have to treat it like, you're truly gambling. Obviously, everything gets thrown out, share size and all that. Just treat it like it's fun, you know? No one ever said it's meant to show you how to trade. Coke was or is an earnings play, guys. Coke is an earnings play, KO. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much right now. Not too many alerts coming through. What TKC? What's TKC doing? Yeah, too bad. I mean, if this had more room, I mean, if TKC had room down to here, say 740, I'd probably be all over it. The reason being is that look what's happening here. Little transition color underneath 8, but I still have to follow my other rules. Is that, when I look left, I see there could be some support around a dime away. Well, listen, Dak, I mean, the simulator is for people basically who have not traded before, practice in a simulator, okay, never traded before. It could be even for people, though, like yourself, who's trying maybe a new type of strategy to see how it would work. But, for the most part, the simulator is not for people who are used to trading. In the contest, it's just fun. Contest is just for fun. Could it take a few days or a month to play? Which one are you talking about? Well, the AI alerts today, okay, they're gonna AI gets out of on the current day, gets out of every trade at the end of the day. Doesn't mean you have to. Okay, that's just the way though it's designed. It gets out of every trade at the end of the day. Excuse me, but if the trade is still working, you don't have to get out of the trade. I'm talking to Hutch in our YouTube room. Now, to me, this trade is not working. I mean, you're in this one at SMFL, but that's up to you. But so, I mean, again, just because the AI, imagine if SMFL, let's pretend here. Let's say SMFL didn't do all this and it actually, got up to that 324 level, then even got close to 4 or something, okay? And the AI at the end of the day would get out of this trade automatically, not because it's not going to keep going further. It's just that's the way it's just designed. But you as a trader, you might look at this and go, well, wait a minute, it's at 4 right now. The next high on the weekly chart is at 768. You could say to yourself, well, I think I'll keep some because it still has room to run if it wants to. All right, Mr. Volatility here. CJET, is it up or wow? Okay, guys. So this one could be interesting. Late day. CJET. Now, CJET has been halted, and then it's potentially going to open at 450. Okay, right here. And this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here. This is time and sales. Interactive Brokers. So we'll have to see where this opens. If somehow it can open maybe a little bit above 430. It doesn't look like it though. It looks like it's going to open quite a bit above it, and then come down through 434, and then pop through it again. That's where I could take the trade, but it doesn't look like it's going to. It looks like it's going to. Well, wait a minute. You see, this number doesn't. Obviously, it's not fixed. Okay, this number changes over the course of the 5 minutes that it's halted. Yeah, crazy low float, 500,000 in the float. Cayman Islands, for tax purposes, obviously. And then we're talking about the CJET. Well, this has got a dollar, underneath. NFE's got a dollar underneath. Boy, this has been a tough one. Look at all the gaps. Look at all these halts for RGC. All right, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. This will open at 2:02 plus 13 seconds. So say 40 seconds from now or so, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt for CJET. And here's our glimpse into the future as to where it could open, 450. It's halted at 434. My guess is going to definitely open above 434. It's how much more? That's the big question. Then now there we go. Wow. There's your answer. There's your answer, guys. Wow. Got halted at 434. We're at $5 now. Son of a, well, fill in the blanks. I know I say that, but and it's going to get halted again. It'll be halted again. You know why you know? Because it's not moving. There you go. Now, wow. Look at this late day bloomer. Did nothing all day, guys. Really nothing all day. CJET. So William says he will be back, okay, and I'll hang around until he shows up, and then he'll keep the room open until about 4, and then I'll take off. So if there are any questions, a good time to ask questions. All right, guys. Well, how's Donut doing? Okay, guys. Well, I may put myself on mute. If there are no questions, I'm still here. So if there's a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Yeah, it's right here, 527, KB Ray, 527. That is the in this column right here. So halted at 502, 527. Absolutely running away out of nowhere, really out of nowhere. Didn't do anything all day until we get this volume. The other thing is the volume is not great. I mean, it's only 337,000. That is 31 times normal, but it is only 337,000 shares. And whoa, this is actually shortable for me. I didn't realize. Not many, only 4,200 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Because you got to think, I mean, I don't see any news on this one. Not very much volume is popping this. At some point, this will probably turn into a great short. Maybe I'll short it in the simulator. 20,000 shares. Okay, muting myself now. Well, that's the whole idea, Hush, is to look at the ones that are positive, okay? And when you say only remember, I mean, the whole idea is to follow the positive ones, okay? Either on the short side or the long side. That's the whole idea of it. Obviously, not every trade that the AI makes is going to be positive. So what it's trying to do is, point out the ones that are positive that could keep going. Talking to Hutch in our YouTube room. But obviously, every trade is not positive. GovX might be a good example, okay? So the alert was at 308, okay? Now, at the very beginning of the day, this, wasn't bad. Got up to 329. Could have traded it, for about 10%. Not saying you could have got in. Oh, wait a minute. CJET just opened and exploded higher. Look at this. Out of nowhere, guys. I'm always amazed. I'm still amazed. I don't care how many years I'm going to do this, but I'm just always amazed that out of nowhere these stocks go crazy because there's no news that I can see. Probably some group somewhere got a hold of it, but I don't see any news on this one. China stock Cayman Islands. So for tax purposes, probably get halted again. It's going to get halted again. There you are. Wow. So anyway, GovX is it maybe could be a good example, because what happens if, in the next couple of days, GovX comes back up to 308 and really starts to run. Okay. So what the AI would be saying is that, okay, on this day, maybe in the next 2 days, who knows, a little early, but if it gets back up to the alert price and starts to move, then that window, that positive AI will be able to alert you to that fact. Okay. Saying, hey, okay, I was a little early today, or didn't hold the gains, but maybe later on it gets back up to that alert price and then starts to move and hold the gains. All right. Is this one going up? Okay. Let's figure out a way to get this one. Because this is the same thing as the CJET, as far as I'm concerned. I don't see any news on this. I think it's just traders somewhere. The volume's only 143,000, but look at the float, 737,000. And, there it is, 381. 363 is the halt, 381. I don't want to chase, but, I think what's happening is that traders that miss CJET are now looking at this MGOL, which has been very active in the past. Well, here's another one, guys. VTAC. I was just using GovX as an example, Captain. Okay, just because it was an AI trade today. That's all. I was just using it as an example of something that is not positive right now, that later on it could go positive days later. So VTAC, might as well get on the mic. So VTAC, VITAK. Got to watch this one. Look at the potential open in this one now, guys. 390. And when you look at a weekly chart, I mean, look at the room it's got. 630. This last week's high was around 680. All right, so if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will be at 2:19 plus 14 seconds. So a little over 2 minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. And that's for the MGOL. And can you see the similarities, guys? Look at the CJET. CJET, I could check that other website, but I'm sure it's going to be a very low float. So 500,000 in the float, which is again crazy, crazy, crazy low. MGOL, 700,000 in the float, crazy low. No, there's no way to get the alerts AI. That's why I'm doing. That's why I put a well in the scans that you don't have access to, but if the scans, in the daily scans, when you click on it, you will see that it's a change of color. As far as the intraday goes, no. No, I think Michael is trying to work on something like that later on, but it's not now. Okay, 218. I'm sorry, 219. Did I say 218? So 219.14. Man, look at this. Look at this potential open now for. Well, that's what I've been doing. I've been putting a price alert at where it could possibly change. The stocks that I'm following. I don't know the complexities of having an alert on a change of color. Oh, this is going to be an explosive open. And guess what? Shoot. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. It looks like it'll be a 10-minute halt. Usually they are multiples of 10. So, yeah, CJET halted down. So that probably over. Yeah. So before that daily high, so the daily high, because if it opens at 410 or in that level, that area, that will then you got a daily high about 450, and then the 200-day moving average around 450 also. So it might stall in that area. And this is actually shortable for me. Not many shorts, I don't think. Yeah, 13,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. I wonder what the fee is, but yeah, so we're in the ballpark. Anything under a million, I don't care whether it's 600,000 or 400,000 or anything under a million. I mean, that's just really ridiculous. So you've got 810 draw. So we've got 737. I mean, it really doesn't make that much difference. Now, those of you, anybody who's in this, you don't like these 10-minute halts because it gives it a chance to start drifting down to the halt price. Not all the time, of course, but okay. If it's a 10-minute halt, slightly less than 2 minutes for this to open. Okay. If it's a 10-minute halt. Wow. Tank must be gone by now. Okay, guys, less than a minute if it is a 10-minute halt. Um, Not SLH. What the heck is it called again? S. Just give me a moment, okay? I just no. I just want to SLB. Thank you, thank you, Pepe. It's SLB. So do a search on SLB. Oh, the halt window. No, okay. No. The halt window is just time and sales. That's time and sales. I think we both made the. I thought that's just time and sales. Okay. It's not typical. It's not. It would not be called a halt window. It just happens that this is. This is just time and sales. I thought you were talking about the short window, and I think Pepe and I thought, yeah. How you know how many shorts are available? That's SLB. All right, guys. Okay, listen, I did all this on my own, but you have to understand that this is just this is on the MGOL, and it's halted again. I've taken. Oh boy, I've taken most out, but look at this. I don't know where it's going to open. You're right, Captain. What did you say, Captain? You will be on it. You were right. I was on it. Don't often do it this way, but it was holding over 4. So you can just tell when they're going to get halted again. Now, you know what, guys? The CJET is not over. Now, listen, Shady is completely correct. These are not easy, the boring ones. But, I mean, I kind of know my risk and have a sense about, certain things. So that's why I would never recommend doing what I do, not especially if you're new. But look at CJET now, guys. CJET is halted, I think, on the way back up. I mean, if this takes out this 612, look out. So look at these late dayers, CJET and MGOL. Absolutely no clue this was going to happen. Yeah, this is popping up now. The SONM. What's the float on this one? Yeah, Fate Shady. You're right. I completely forgot about it. I had an alert on a 5 break. This was an AI alert at some point, I guess. Don't see the pennant though. Hmm. Okay, 2.4 million. Wow, that's way too much draw. Anything over a million is way too much now. So funny. My wife always asks me, so what happened today in the room? How do you explain all this? You know, I just say, same old, same old. The difference between those other two, look at the spread here, 431, 451, and it was actually a little bit wider. Okay, so this actually did not pop up. Okay, but what happens if it takes out 613? Well, like that. I'm not in it. It just went way too quickly for me. And you would have to be so quick anyway to take some out. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at that. Wow. Okay, guys, I am out just underneath 5. Yeah, I got up to about 480 something. I'm out everything and the MGOL. It may just power right through 5, but I'm okay with that. $472. Well, let's see what it got to. Got up to 490 something or other. But also look at this. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. That's what I was really kind of struggling with. Would it get through? Well, look at CJET, guys. Would it get through that 200-day moving average? I mean, it's trying to still. That was my major concern. Meanwhile, this RGC has been, all over the place. This has been ugly. Halt resumes, all over the place. Well, they won't do it now, though, Captain. They won't do it right now, will they? maybe maybe after hours, but they wouldn't dare do it now, would they? Okay, guys, so I will hang around until William gets into the room. I know they could, but we'll see if they do. CJET is still hanging around, guys. CJET is still hanging around the 6 level. Look at this topping tail, bottoming tail. Wow. And there's the VTAC. So all these late afternoon low floaters are just exploding right now. Take a look at SEER. What did it do? SEER, SEER. Not a low float. 50. Get out of here. 57 million. Just showing up in the momentum scan. That's why I clicked on it. No, look at this. So this got halted on the way down. SONM got halted on the way down. Go see Jet. Look at that AZTR. I mean, talk about straight down, guys. Straight down from here. 815. And well, hopefully they're all this good. This is from the sort of the intraday AI, if you will. If we had, well, if I had shorts available, short at 956, 444 now. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Tony, or Mark, Tony P. I mean, this has shorts. I mean, I do have shorts at Interactive Brokers for MGOL, MGOL. Not many, only 5,000, but there are shorts available. But when? I mean, this is really, really whippy still. You really have to take out that 200-day moving average in a big way. Yeah, I mean, listen, MGOL could take out five. I mean, there's no question. 538 is the next high looking left on the daily. No, I shouldn't say no question. That sounds like I'm saying no question it's going to, but sure. It's still holding over the 200-day moving average for 56, but they'll be doing it without me more than likely. Ugh, look at this now. Wow, wow. I mean, look at Sear. I mean, this is another late dayer, and the SONM just resumed. This one is kind of turning around. I mean, we're talking boring now, guys, but ELS, it's kind of turning around over the whole number. Earnings play, still down for the day, but turning around. There's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Steve loves that one. And you see what's happening here. So if you look at the go, no go, so there's that pink, but here is the light green. If this turns blue, you know what? This might give us well, I won't be doing it because I'll be gone, but you might want to keep an eye on this because this is trying to turn around. Obviously, it's got room. The high of the day was up here, 69, 68.81 or so. Should have taken that short. I mean, MGOL, it's following the same as the CJET for a while anyway. And here's another one, guys. I don't know. Where was the first alert that I saw earlier? The PESI, Permafix Environmental Services. Another low float, 14.5 million. So it is low, not a lot of volume, 154,000 shares. Spread is not terrible. 1140, 1145. Not terrible. All right, guys. You know what I want to do is I want to take a look at some of these other ones from the AI in the message. Now, if they're all as good as the AZTR today, oh man, assuming we had shorts. Now, let's take a look at the FDMT. Now, what will make this really good if you can click on the symbol and somehow load it in. Ah, you're here. Yay. Okay, nice to see you, William. Hope it all went okay. Okay, guys. William is here, so he will keep the room open till 4. Is that what you said? Till 4, approximately? Okay, so William is going to keep the room open till a little after 4, perhaps. So I'll be taking off very soon. Okay, I'll show you how to do it. Dak, can you hear me? Okay. So in the Brokers Plus window, go to accounts. You see, hopefully you've got an account tab. If you don't have an account tab, you just have to add it. But if you do, so let me know, do you have an accounts tab? Okay, so I'm assuming that, okay, good. So now all I have to do is right click and add a new simulated trading. And you can call it DAX Power Stuff, whatever. And then you can put your, how many dollars you want in it. Okay, and then add it, and then you're done. Pretty simple. Okay, simple. Just right click in the blue area, add new simulating trading account, give it a name, how much money you want in it. Oh, I see. Okay. So again, click on the accounts. You'll have your paper trading. Probably it'll say AI in July also, but now just right click, add new simulated trading account, and now just give it a name and put whatever value you want to be in the account. 2 billion, I don't know. And then once you've done that, just add it, and then it'll be like I'll do it. Oh, Barry and 100, 1, 2, 3, add it. See, there I am. And it's going to give you 4-to-1 buying power automatically. Okay. Well, don't think you got it. You either got it or you don't got it. And now, when you go to your positions, when you click on that little box that it says paper trading, your new account should show up. Yeah, well, you got to give it a name. That's why it's called, DAX Power Stuff, or whatever you want to call it. Okay. All right. Okay, guys, I am out of here. What a day. What an afternoon. Seriously. Succinct? I don't know about that. I know you're kidding. All right, guys, I think that's it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in our YouTube room, I'm going to put the main trading room link in so you can head, or actually put my homepage link in and show you how you can get into the main room. Now I can go outside and enjoy some sunshine. So click on my homepage link in YouTube. Where it says trading room, just follow the instructions and that'll get you into the main room. Okay. So again, thanks for all the help, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have a great evening. So I'm muting myself now in the main room. Now for the YouTubers, I must shut you down completely.